Okay, here we go. And watching and waiting. Will it start? Oh, there we go. Okay, that looks like it's going. My YouTube thing still not connecting. Let me see if I can refresh that. Come on. Oh, that is the wrong one there. Let's get going into the right one here. Where is the stupid live stream thing? Looks like, oh, there we go. All right, sweet. Don't know why it was not connected to the right thing, but now it is. Okay, so it looks like we're good, and I can get started. Yep, cool. So, as a refresher, or for those of you who are just coming into this for the first time, I'm building a mod in Fallout 4. This is my first time in the creation kit in a while. This is now the 5th time that we're we're getting into the editor and kind of like checking things out. The first video, we kind of came up with a brief planning document here, where I went through and I took like a top-down screenshot to try to get an idea of scale and like where things would go. I then populated out the different floors and kind of blocked in kind of different ideas for what's going to go where. And so I did that for each of the floors. And although this has been very helpful, there have been definitely some difficulties with the fact that the camera that we were using is the orthographic the non-orthographic camera, the perspective camera that you can see here. So things get kind of skewed when you look downwards. For example, these aren't like perfectly flat. You can kind of see inward, and because of that, it can skew some scale of things. And so we've been having to adjust for that as we've gone. These are things that kind of expected to happen, so that's why we're kind of going the process we are. This is meant to be kind of like a high level starting out of the plan. This next step that I've been doing is then taking this and kind of blocking the spaces out in the 3D environment. And then the phase after this will be planning out what the actual content that's going to be inside of these spaces is going to look like. And then from there, building out that content. Some of that has kind of happened simultaneously with the building of the geometry, just because in some spaces, when I pulled in assets from other places in the environment, they already had some of the assets that we needed and that would work for the spaces that we're building. A good example of this being the restrooms here, or the washrooms, or however you want to say that word. I know it's a billion different names in English for different people. But you can see that like the stalls, I kind of needed to know what the space size of the stalls were in order to be able to actually like figure out where to put these anyway. But also, like, I wouldn't necessarily have had to populate the toilets and some of the other things. I still haven't finished completely. Like, there's no sinks here, which I'm going to pull over here and do a couple things like that. But it gave me I already had these assets from the piece that I had pulled out from the environment, which was this piece here. Mostly, I've edited a bit. And so we just kept those assets in there and used them. Similarly with some of the things in this space, although we've taken quite a bit out of it at this point, I've kept some of it because this is going to be useful later for the library itself. But as we've been building out this space, we've been able to keep some of the assets. I'm going to have to go through and make sure all of them like actually are properly placed on the ground and all that kind of stuff in the future. But it gives us at least some idea of what's going on in these spaces. So yeah, let's go through what we've done and what we're going to do today. So we've done like a lobby area that's just blocked in. We've done so like this section is going to be an apartments block. So we've done this like little lobby section. This is going to be possibly common area for the apartments, and then the upper floors are going to be apartments. I haven't exactly decided on this 100% yet, and partially because of the space being really awkwardly shaped. It's going to be one of the last places we tackle. The bottom floor is going to be empty because it's a garage on the exterior. So the first floor that we see is the second floor, which is this washroom, and then the top floor is going to be a antique book room, because this is our library here. And so this part is kind of incorporated into the library structure, as is this part, which will have been a converted house turned into gift shop / bookstore area. So that's kind of what we built here. I took some assets from the game, pulled them in, and adjusted them for the size that we wanted, giving us kind of a shop area that we can use. I made some adjustments to this as well last time, so I pulled in the assets that we thought we would need. I had to make some adjustments to some of the sizing, and I reversed the order of these floors. So initially this floor was sunken, and now it's raised, and the rest of it is sunk. And the reason for that is that the door, well, this building is kind of small from the exterior, so it's kind of like 1.5 stories, sort of, like, because this, even though it has a loft windows, it's kind of got roof line right away. So I wanted to kind of like allow for a little bit more space in there, or like make it feel like there was more space in there. So I had the inside kind of come in right at the height of the door, like with a little bit of excess space, because you're not going to want to come at right head level because it's just going to look really bad. It also probably won't play well if it's too close to the camera. But then it comes down a little bit so that we can, it feels like it opens up. And then I pulled this whole roof down to try to deal with that as well. I might still try to do some stuff with this to play with that space a bit more. Like I might try to peak this roof so that I move these panels upwards at like a 45 angle or something. But I'm going to look at the model again before, or the exterior model, before I adjust that. So yeah. So that's what we did last time, is we were mostly focusing on this structure and this area here. I also have this like librarian's house, which is in the main model also, kind of like an additional building that's kind of like strapped straight to the building. So all I've done with it was I shaved off a couple of pieces that were kind of on the outside, and I moved around some flooring to remind me that I want the kitchen upstairs rather than on the main floor, because there's a door in and out. And also we're going to be putting another door into the building that way. So because of that, it just didn't really feel like there was enough room to fit like a whole countertop for a kitchen. So I felt like we should flip these around and make like this the living space, and then the dining kitchen on the middle floor, and the upper floor is going to be the bedrooms. The bedroom. So that's the plan for that building. For now, I'm gonna leave it alone. Actually, okay, so today we have two possible scenarios. Either we continue building up this area, or we start fixing these areas to be closer to what we want in the end. I think I think we should start with these areas, actually. So actually, let's start today with doing what we said we were gonna do here. I'm gonna turn the top floor into something that doesn't look like it's wood slats in like an attic space, and I'm going to figure out where I'm going to put these staircases, figure out a better staircase to use potentially, because I don't think that these big blocky ones are going to work really well for us here, and build this house out. I think that that's probably our first step today, which shouldn't take too long because it's already got the rough shape. We just gonna have to figure out where the stuff is gonna go. I think that this door is on this side on the model. We might have to look at where these doors get placed, because I'm thinking we might want to separate these spaces, because even though an open concept is a nice thing today, at the time period that would not have been as likely to have happened. So I would think that there would have been more like a kind of a small entry hall and then like a room probably here. Depending on where the door is. If the door's on this side, then it would be on this side, etc., etc. So that's one thing that we could look at. But right now, I think what I want to do is check out staircases for this. And I know we have a couple of different options. I think I'm probably going to end up using the same type of stairs as here, but I don't want to use one that's quite this wide or this long. And I think that there is a shorter version of this. So what I'm going to try to do is find that. So it's building wood, PS, oh, P small stairs. So building wood. What is this wood? Building BS, actually. Just make sure that this one isn't useful to us before I move on. These are railings. This is the staircase. What does this one look like? Okay, that one has a see-through tread. So is that the difference? Is that one has an open tread and the other one has closed tread? We could do an open tread, although that would be weird for a house in the 40s and 50s, I think. The open tread thing is kind of more 70s and 80s. So, yeah, at least on interiors, right? Because, like, on exteriors of buildings, you could definitely do it like that and it would be, like, cheap looking. But I think as an interior staircase, it's not going to work for us. So let's look at these. And so we want the tiny... Okay, that's a rail. So there's the stairs here. We have the half size. And then we have tiny. I think what we want is tiny. Because tiny... Oh, no. Tiny is just the length, not the width. Okay, so what we're looking at is half, maybe? But if we do half is still pretty wide. I'm wondering if they have a shorter width than that. Because it doesn't need to be a super wide staircase for building the size. Although I guess it had one about that size in here. Do they have shorter or like less wide? Because I thought I remembered seeing one that was, but I'm wondering if it's going to be too skinny. Let's see. What might it be? So there's block. What is block? Okay, that's what's in here. Block, tiny. Yeah, so the tiny definitely is the shorter tread height, or the shorter number of steps, I guess. Half, short, spiral. There's a spiral staircase? Oh, that's sick. But definitely not for this house. It's way too big. It would be cool for the library, though. I should consider incorporating this staircase in the library instead. But we'll see. I wonder if I could have used it in here. But it's really big, so it does take up a lot of space. But it's cool to see that. What is Spiral 2? Is it probably just a slightly different tread length? And then there's Tiny, and Tiny is just that size again, right? I could have sworn I saw one that was like skinnier, but it must have been one of the other sets that I saw that in. So that's regular width. Then there's half, which to me looks shorter than, well, less wide, but maybe it's not. Maybe I was just thinking of the half size, but it just looked shorter in some other set. Or based on the length of the staircase, it looks a bit less wide. So, okay. Let's go back to our, what is it? It's BLD wood PSM half. So we have 1, 2, and 3, which are different angles, I believe. So 1 is really long. We're not going to want that. That's better. It's really, really steep. But if we're just going to use one staircase to go up, that could work. That's more of like a like a 1900s kind of like an early 1900s, like 1900 to 1920, like kind of servant stair size tread, not like main size tread. Although these are at that too, so it's not a bad idea. And I mean, we could do like a platform going up, but if we do that, then it is another thing that's going to take up a lot of space. I actually think that would be cool on the main floor. And this building is more of like a 1910s house, 1920s probably, from the exterior. So, okay, what I'm gonna do, I think, before we do anything else, is I'm gonna go check what this model looks like in world. So let's go check that. I want to double check where the doors are so that I know how much space I'm playing with. And I want to see if there's any windows that we have to pay attention to for the interior space. Okay, coordinates, we're going to 3, 2. Here. And what I'm going to do is actually, hold on a second here. Yeah. All right. I'm going to take a snip of it so that I can put it in my document for future reference so that I don't have to keep going back and forth because this load time takes so long. So we'll see how that goes once I get it open. Here we go. Okay, this is our building we're looking at. I'm going to turn off the LOD again because it's ugly. All right, this has... Interesting. So we can also play with this a bit. Pull that out. I want to see... Let me click on this. There we go. I'm going to need a couple different angles probably. So let's take a snip here. Oh, I don't want a freeform snip. Let's cancel that. Give me 1 second here. Okay. So I just grabbed my snip. I'm going to copy that and go to my document. And I'm going to, let's see. Let's create a new section. Here. Wrong slide type. And then, oh, no, I don't want another one of those types. Now I want another one of the other types. I want one of these. I don't need to put anything here yet. I just want to grab reference for this. So that's that side. I want to, come on, spin. Okay, so it's pretty short. There's no window on that floor. Want to know about there. Okay. I'm going to take a snip of that. Copy that. Throw that in our document. And go back to here. And do one more of this. So now we know where all the doors and windows should go. Reference. Okay, cool. Now we know where we're going. So before I jump in the editor, we have a door, and then we have windows going up. It ends in a peaked roof, so we can do something with that if we feel like it. It doesn't quite align to the same height as... Come on. Oh yeah, because this one's 4 stories here. Right. Okay. I'm gonna reload these things because I don't want to, I don't know if I twisted this or anything like that, so I don't want to mess with the actual model. I just wanted to check it out. So I'm gonna reload back into the mod so that I don't save over something that I didn't mean to change. So it's gonna take a little bit here. But I can, while that's doing that, take a look at this and plan this building out a little bit more. So, what I'm gonna do is take this slide, duplicate that, throw that in here. I'm going to get rid of all of this. I'm going to select all of this. Actually, we're going to keep that one, keep this, and keep that. And we're going to keep one of these and delete the rest. Oh, I should have kept this piece as well. And this is going like here. We haven't decided exactly where that's going. Delete this. Just so that we know what we're talking about in this section. Actually, I should just do it here. Location. Exit to library. All right. That should be loaded now. Great. Let's jump into our house here. And the reason I'm loading into this marker every time is this is a specific object for that specific purpose. So this is called a COC marker. And the COC marker is basically like their loading zone marker. So when you load into this area, you load into this point. I think you can, based on the doors that you're coming into and out of, you can set the door to load to different points. But if you just like warp yourself into the building, this is where you're going to start. So that's why whenever you load into it, it's going to start you at that marker. So I've put it right now basically at the doorway of the building. But yeah, that's why that's happening. And that's why before it was loading over here, because actually I ended up pulling that marker in from this building. So yeah. So now we know this door goes over here. Oh, actually, let's spin around here. So this whole section here is going to go over here. And then this one is going to come over here. And actually, we do have the ability to now do a couple of things. We know that we can push this whole wall out about there. Let's just double check our reference here. Yeah, it's about like half a room. Something like that. So we could come out to there if we wanted to. We could also just not, but we'll see. And if we do, it's going to cause some problems because it's going to have that kind of bay window look to it. So we may not pull that out, but I want to pull that out right now just so that I know how much room I have to play with roughly. Also, I want to check. Yeah, so that is very much a short wall like that. Exactly. Okay, cool. Which kind of sucks because it's hard. You can't really like shorten this up any more than it already is. I could like push it into that wall a little bit more, but like there's still gonna be a bunch of room on this side. So I mean, that's just what it is. But yeah, so we know this door's going on this side. There's gonna be windows. There's actually no window in this specific location. There are windows. That juts out a little bit there, actually. Hold on. Go back to our reference here. This juts out a little bit as well, so we could potentially pull this wall out a touch. But again, it's going to create the same kind of problem. We could just treat it like it's a square wall going into this way, because that's not a huge deal. And it just has like a little bit of extra insulation space, basically, in the wall. But these could be a problem if we do decide to pull this out. But yeah, okay, so there's no windows on the bottom floor at all, except for at the front here, it looks like. So, and that one's boarded up, at least on this model. We might, if we can find another version of the same house that is not broken, then we could swap in that version and have like a not broken window, but it's not gonna destroy this that it's a broken window, because like it's, if we're saying that this is currently in use, then it would kind of make sense for the people to like barricade off any potential easy entryways, just for safety, because obviously like this is a basically lawless place at this time. So okay. Anyways, so the only place we have a window is actually this wall. So what I'm going to do is grab all of this, and I'm going to pull this out and flip it over here and put this over here about. In fact, I can push it a little bit further back. And we'll grab this guy and move this one in here. There. Actually, I'm wondering... Oh yeah, these are the same wall type. They're just using two different types of material. Okay. Because I saw both of these types before. This is the green floral, and that's just floral, and then there's a red floral that's not present in this house at this time. Okay. So there's a window there and a door there. Is there anything on the back side that we need to pay attention to? So there is a window next to the door. The door is at the far left corner from the exterior, or far right corner from interior. Okay. So this is currently in right position. And it will need to have a window. Oh my god, where am I looking? Here. Okay. Oh, why is this pulled in here right now? We can just put that back over there. This guy will be removed, and we're gonna, in its place, put in the same wall we have here. Actually, duplicate instead of control copy, because control copy paste puts it in the middle of nowhere. All right. Spin this around. Pull it, oh, a little too far. There we go. And we could pull it forward a touch. Unfortunately, like, it's not going to line up perfectly because on the exterior model, they're like right next to each other, and I don't think there's any walls that allow for a door and a window to be absolutely next to each other, because you do need the cutout space in this to have like a proper door recessed. We could pull both of these forward a little bit more because of that little porch area, but it doesn't really need to be. It's only if we feel like it. and it won't make that much of a difference. It won't make as big of an impact as like this would, because for example, like if this gets separated into its own room, which we could do by doing something like this, pulling this in here, kind of like that, and then duplicating this and spinning this 180, which is sort of how I want it to be. You're gonna have like a small little entry hall, and then you'd have like a living room area. So now that that's like that, having extra space going this way isn't a terrible idea. And actually the same thing going this way, we could pull this out a fair bit. How much was it actually pulled out here? Like a couple of feet at least. So we could go probably like this far, and this one could even go a little bit further because that's actually quite a significant push out. But again, because it tapers inwards, it's kind of a problem if we do that. But if we just shove a pillar here, for example, like we can make it blend a bit better. Well, we'll see. If we move this over a touch, and this guy too, then we could do something like duplicate this, pull this over here, and spin this 45, something like that. The issue is this side here. Spin this that way, because we can do this, but then that's not gonna work very well. But if we move it back a little bit more like that, maybe we could move this a little bit more to the right. Yeah, that's not terrible. Okay, so that then unlocks that for us. This should move over. I keep forgetting the frame. This should move over a little bit, so we can pull this over to there. Push this over to there. Unfortunately, now that doesn't line up. This is the problem. If we do too much of this kind of stuff, it's going to become problematic really quickly for us. I could go into that like there, and then using the pillars, we could blend them a bit. Like we could put pillar into this corner to cheat that. Like this. And just make sure that that lines up all right. We can't go in too far, right? Yeah, right there is fine. We probably want to make it even on both sides. And then the same thing going back this way. Actually, oh, I don't know why that didn't duplicate. Hold on a second. I'm gonna delete that just in case. I don't want a bunch of duplicates of things. Let's move this over here. And right now they're not blending because of the like obviously change in wallpaper and stuff like that, but we can fix that. That's not a huge deal. Where am I looking? Here we go. And then we're gonna need another one of these walls, and we're gonna push that this way and over here. And that's where it's not lining up, so we can push this in that way, pull it in this way. Actually, how much is this blocking? Can we pull this more? We can. Okay, we can come up to it there, so then we can pull this up here. But now they're right on the edge there. Can this go any further? Yes. Okay, perfect. So we could do something like this, which isn't like perfect to our model here, because it's like a little bit too much of the wall, I think. I don't think that back section is half, but it's not the worst thing ever. Like this currently is like more than half of that whole section here, right? Like it should come into like here, which we could do. We could pull that more. Let's do that. Let's just see what that looks like. We can always revert this later if we don't like it. I didn't realize I had another pillar out here. That might have been the one I duplicated earlier. So if we put this over here, I think that's the end of the wall there, right? Yeah. So then this guy comes forward a touch. And now we delete this thing, which we don't need. So that would be more accurate to the actual model, which isn't bad, actually. Not terrible at all. We will need an end cap here to hide this seam there. Is this lined up perfectly with this wall? I think it is, which is not ideal. Yeah. Could pull this wall to there and then just pull this out. No, because then that comes too far. You really do want them like inside of the thing, but if we go inside with this one, I think it's going to be too far in. Yeah, that's not that's not wall size. That is way too thin. I wonder how they deal with that with these things here. They just have a singular wall piece, right? Or no? So this is, what is this? How does this have an end piece? Oh, it doesn't. How did it have an end piece? Let's go look at the other model, which we have not smashed apart. Here. Oh. It's missing its end piece here too. That's not right. It wouldn't have on the original model. We must have done something to this. Because there's clearly like something missing here. I must have duplicated this at a point later on. Okay, so this is a wall. No, that goes all the way through. I don't have a good example. I could go find it. What was the house? It was, let's save this. I think it was the Charleston house. So let's open that up. Oh, that was fast. All right. How do they deal with these walls here? They have like a broken piece. Oh, come on. I want to see what this is. Wow, this is a really strange. Oh, I see. That's actually a specific mesh. Interesting. Unfortunately, not super helpful for us. This, they have a pillar that they were using for this corner. There's not another good one in this house. So let's see if we can find another house that has like small walls like that like end. See what we can find here. This is a basement. Although it is a manor and it's a basement, so it might have several rooms. Although these are the wood paneling ones, which we don't really care about. We want to see like stucco style, preferably with some like that flower fabric, so that we can really see how the bleed would work if it happened. So it's not gonna be in these Diamond City things. Faneuil Hall. Is this gonna have, or is this gonna be one big room? We'll see. Come on. All right, so this one, I don't think it's got any rooms that are like partial, like we're looking to do. I mean, we could just add in a wall, like a full wall instead of a partial wall, and that will fix it. But I'm curious if they've done any walls that are floating, or if they've just tried to avoid it because of this problem. Ben's Cafe building. It says apartments. Okay, here we go. Right, so there's this corner piece. We could use the corner pieces and match two of them up. I don't know if there's enough space in the current wall, but it looks like here they just shoved in an exterior corner, but we're worried about a wraparound corners or something like this. So it looks like maybe this corner piece might be our savior for this one. Is there any other exterior wall like that? Here's another one. Again, it's got a corner piece on it. But they have, well, yeah, I mean, I don't see anything that's like a singular wall sticking out, at least in this one. So let's see if, I'm gonna look for a few more of these, and if we can't find any ones that have it, then that corner piece might be the thing we're looking for. They're all enclosed spaces for the most part, it looks like. Corner bookstore, is this the one we stole that whole section from? Yeah. Apartment. Full wall, full wall. What's below here? Just broken. This has a corner piece on it. Okay. One or two more just to double check. How's the memory den set up? Is that has like little booths in it, right? Or I'm thinking of a different game, maybe. It's been a while. Those are just big spaces. Circle around here. None of these are jutting out pieces. They have just a pillar there. Okay. There's got to be another like house. Let's see if we can find a house. Captain's cabin. Is that a cabin of a ship? Let's check. It's probably a ship's cabin, right? This is a weird thing. Oh, here we go. It's below the black void. Yeah, this looks like a ship's cabin to me. And that's just like a singular double-sided sheet mesh thing, yeah. So that's not super helpful. Apartment, cottage. What about the cottage? Okay, here we go. No, it's got a corner piece there and a corner piece there. Nothing that's jutting out as a separate room. Subway station. Pikmin gallery. Is there another thing we can see here? Basement, storage compartment, shelter. Is the shelter like a bunker? Because it sounds like these are all potentially like that. So let's ignore those. Root cellar. I mean, a root cellar. No, it's going to have those wooden slat walls, which are not going to look good for us. Rosa residences are nothing. They do not exist. Okay. Sandy Cove's Covenant home. Maybe this will be good. Oh, hold on a second. Nothing. Okay, great. Let's see here. Here we go. This is the kind of wall I'm looking at. There's a corner piece and a corner piece. Okay, so that's what I was thinking. So 2 corner pieces seems to be the way to go. All right. Now we know. Corner pieces are our friend for this, instead of these pillars that we're looking at. Okay, over here, which means that this wall is probably too thin. Yeah, okay, well, let's see. What is this wall called? Building wall, small. Okay, let's go. BLD, wall, piece, small, corner, or edge? Oh, broke. Ceiling only, damaged. Damage. Floor, hallway, room, stairs, wall, corner. Okay, so it is too short for this, unfortunately, which means that we'd have to pull this wall out, which means we'd have to pull this pillar forward. That's not the end of the world. And then we will grab another one and spin that like that. Okay, doesn't look great right now because they're not the right materials, but that's okay. We'll choose the materials later that we're actually going to use. Is there a need for a pillar here? They did use it to line these walls up, it looks like, but I don't know if we need to, because we might be able to pull this wall out. Let's, can I grab this and this? And pull this. Let's delete this. Pull this over. Is that overlapping? What is this piece? There's a corner there. I don't need the corner there. And grab these and push these back. Yeah. So now we don't need that big pillar in the way, which is good because we don't want it in the way because it's too big. But okay, so now we know roughly the shape of what we're dealing with. It seems like the best place for a staircase would be like probably coming up here somewhere, which is problematic, or maybe up here. Maybe this wall. This wall's long enough that we could do it, and that won't be too much of an interference with the rest of the building. Because if we don't want a staircase going right into the door, even if we're not going to have this door openable, which we probably won't, we don't want, like, you wouldn't build a staircase going a foot from the door. It's just not a good idea. So we could also build this as a corner piece as well instead of these pillars, which might be a better solution than what we've done so far. Just have the pillars in those corners to block that weird seam. It might not even be necessary in this corner anymore, but we'll see. I'm just gonna take one of these guys. Actually, I'm gonna pull out a third one just so that we have options for when we're dealing with the texturing of this thing. And we can do that and just pull that there. And that'll look fine. And won't take up as much space. So, do we put in a landing or not? If we put in a landing, then we could start a staircase like here and go up and over, and then just put a wall in here so that this becomes a separate room we just close off the space behind it. It's not the worst idea in the world. So if I did it, it would be like the opposite of this. Basically like this on, well, we'd need one on each side, but whatever. What is this piece? Short. I don't know why it has a destination marker or something like that. It's weird. Oh, destroyed maybe? Dest. It's interesting also that they put the tread directly into the stair there. I guess it doesn't interfere with it. It looks like it should. It's kind of weird. I wonder how they solved that in the actual model. Anyways, we'll probably not use that rail then. But we would do something like, oh, yeah. Pull this over here. Something like that. That's too far into the room. How far would we have to be pulling this in to give us a hallway? I mean, we could make this smaller because we can just shove this out the wall there. Doesn't need to be a full length. Because right now this is still too far. And that's like about as close as you would want that to the door. But how close could we go? We could do something like that. It would need a door though, because it would be weird to not have a door at that point. And then you'd want the door to be like here. I don't think we could do that because then we'd need a pillar to be the cap for the door. Because this is going to be too close. So if we enclose this and we put a doorway this way, then that's going to be weird. But if we just make this an open space with a wall here and a way in here, is that crazy? Not really. I mean, we could just do something like that. Let's duplicate this. Pull this in here. Be further in than that. Can't see. There we go. Grab these. Like if we just had a hall entry like that, that's not crazy, and that's not against how they might have built a house in this era. There would be probably more of like an actual trim for this opening. Like, most of the time, well, maybe not. But it's not the worst thing in the world. It's just not ideal. You do want to have like an actual entry area, but I think we could probably pull this like a little bit more open. Although now it's just weirdly open. It would have to be like that. And ideally there would be enough space for a door on the end there, but because you'd want like enough space for like a coat hanger kind of thing. Um, hmm. Well, this also needs to move over just a touch. This way. Yeah, because now it's meeting up with the wall. That is enough space from that door, so it's not gonna smack into the staircase, and it will fully open, give you at least a foot to work around. We'll just pull this wall in to hide that, so that you don't have a weird space back there. And then this becomes like a little sitting room. You have like an entryway here. Yeah, this is not bad. So we could do something like this. The block stairs for the bottom stairway looks fine. I don't think I want to keep the block stairs for the upper area. I think we'd want to switch to the style that is the sloped thing. Although, just thinking, if we're going to imply that there's a crawl space, then we might want to just block this off and not allow you to walk underneath the staircase. It will close in this room a lot, but it might make sense. So what they were doing is just kind of shoving staircases in to be blocks for that same kind of wood, which is problematic for this situation because you'd be able to see the side of the stairs. But we could put a wall in this way. So we could do something like this for this area. And then we could add a wall going this way to block in this. The question is, how large is that wall going to be? Pretty long. We don't really want it to bleed into these spaces too much. I'm wondering if they have like a small block that we could use for this, but I'm thinking they probably don't. Because you can see underneath the staircase, right? No, you can't. It actually is a full block. I wonder, okay, like building wood small. This is building PS. Okay. BLD wood PSM. And I just want to see what we have, what we can work with here. See if there's any kind of way to like close in the stairs, or if we should just use the other type of stairs here. Because like in a 1900s house, which is like what this kind of looks like to me, is like a 1920s maybe. They probably wouldn't have a floating staircase. It could be a converted home, but like I'm thinking that this is going to be not so. So with that being true, I'm trying to find some way to deal with this. Broken wall cap. What is this? Oh, okay. Interesting. Ceiling. I'm just gonna double check what this is. Stairs. Ceiling only. Damaged stuff. We didn't really want a damaged piece. Ceiling. Floor. I mean, we could use a damaged piece. Where did I just pull that thing into? Didn't seem to pull in anything. Oh, it's like, I see. Yes, we did pull something in. It's like grime. So that's weird. It's like damage only. Ceiling damage. Oh, I'm wondering if this damage stuff is like specifically like little pieces of damage you can add on. If that's all of what they are. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. So ignore the So it's probably not damage, it's probably like, I don't know, something material, that maybe damage material. Like it could be, I don't know. FL is floor, right? Yeah. Floor and ceiling, floor only, platform. Floor and platform? Oh, okay. So that's like a full on. Interesting. So is this one of those? Yeah, it's a quarter platform. Okay, cool. Platform chunk. Actually, we could use these guys, right? Where's the platform chunk? Edge. Okay. Platform half, platform quarter. We could do something like these, potentially. Will this work? Ooh, that's... Depending on how that bleed looks, it could be good. Unfortunately, they're not quite the same texture, are they? I wonder if there's any materials we can do on these. Clean. No. Actually, let's look at clean. Okay, so clean is like very, very clean. What are these? Oh, God dang it. Stop it. All right, that's fan hall. Okay. So if we put this as fan hall, will that match up now? No. Of course not. Why would it match? That would be too obvious. I wonder if we can change these to something that would work. Like P dark. Okay, what about this to P dark? Why are they different? Why are they so different? The top is the right, but the sides are wrong. Can I find one of these? It's like not super just completely wrong. No. They're like just straight up different pieces of wood. Oh, that is frustrating. There's gotta be a way, right? There's gotta be like a set. Whoa. That's kind of like the fan hall one. I mean, it's not completely far off, but it's also pretty awful. What's the odd side? Okay, so that's like the interior side. So the one with no plaster. Okay, no, that is just the other sides. This side is not one we're caring about. That's pretty close, but it's really not ideal. Do they have? They're all like that though, aren't they? I just switched this to floor bowling and it still looks like the same. Oh, hold on. There we go. The gutters one. So if we go gutters with this one, we might have found one. That looks pretty good. So now we need to find something to shove in there. But we could just take one of these again. Shove this in there. And hope that that doesn't bleed through too much. But it looks like it's going to. We could raise this tread up so that it's like a not safe platform. That's not gonna work, is it? How high is this into there? Like, could we lower that just a touch so that it's still inside of the thing? No, because then that's gonna clear. Like I want it to be just below. But then that's still not, this one's not high enough. Although we could pull this up slightly. Because right now it's not matching perfectly with the tread. And that might work. I think we did it. I think this is what we're going to do. Okay, what was this? Bowling gutters. Sure. Why not? Bowling gutters. All right. Because it works, we're going to use it. It's not the best texturing ever, but it works. I want to use the same wood, but I want to use the rail now. And I want to grab one of the rails that's not this thing, which is like a special model, it looks like, for a specific purpose. Because it's got this weird like destination thing. Or destroyed, maybe? I don't know. Dest is not descriptive enough. I don't love their short form stuff because when you shorten a word, it's supposed to make it so that it's both shorter for the file name and readable. And like several of the things that they have in here, unless you know what it means, you would have no idea, because this could be like one of 8 different possibilities. Anyway, so what I'm looking for is a rail. And I'm looking for a rail that's small. It's going to be short, probably. Okay, short, but that's too long. So I think it's going to be short 3. And that looks about right. Ah, but this is the problem. So it doesn't have that end cap. And this side either, right? Yeah. So that's probably why they used this specific piece, which is kind of dumb. There must be a rail that's not like that. Because these are like... Is that like a movable piece, right? Yeah. So if this is movable, like... What does that even mean? Is that destructible? I don't think there's destructible pieces. So why is it a movable static? Oh, it must be destructible. So DES must be destructible. So this is a destructible rail? I mean, like, that's not ideal. So is there a version of this that doesn't have end pieces missing? So it's SM rail. Now we have broke, cap, corner in wall, square. I think that's the full square. Corner out, stairs, short stairs, tiny, straight. Like, I think it has to be, I think we're going to have to do an end cap pieces on them. I think that's just going to have to be the way that it works. Oh, that's the wrong one. We need 3 for the size. So it has to be this one. Oh, I want to go back on grid, please. So this one, just gonna pull this out for now. Use as a reference. And then we need a cap, right? I mean, that looks better anyway, because it has a cap on it. Okay, we want to switch this to the bowling thing if we can. Bowling gutters. so it matches up better. Bowling gutters. Although it looks identical. It's not the worst in the world. Is there another better looking... Like clean would be nice. It could be a bit too new. It's not bad though. I'm torn on it. It's a little too clean. Even like newish railings aren't going to be that clean, right? Dark. We could make it like, oh no, that's like a burnt dark though. That's not like a dark wood. That's truly ash. That's exterior wet. I don't really think it should be wet. That's also like an exterior color. That's clean red, which is very slightly different. It mostly is different on that side. Ugh, where'd that stupid window? Stop putting that window there. So annoying. All right. So that red doesn't really work. Blue white. What is that? No. Okay. Well, bowling gutters it is, I guess. Clean is too clean, and the other stuff looks too much like it's not the same wood at all. So this one, we're gonna need like a corner piece or something to go up that way. So we're gonna use the same rail. Come up here, spin around, pull it over. We probably want to like put it roughly like there. So we're gonna actually pull these guys out till those match up, which is good. We're gonna have to cover that up a bit. That's fine. And I think there's a corner. Is this gonna be a full corner of a railing? Yeah, dang it. Do they have a corner piece that is not like a full corner? Capo 2 is still an end cap, which means that it's still gonna have a hole on the one side. But it is, I don't know, it's not actually. I mean, we could just use the caps. Maybe. Maybe. Let's try to put it in place. Let's go over here. Spin it around. Actually, I should have done that first instead of moving it over. I don't know how that's going to match up, but we'll see in a second. Is that too high? I don't know. Go over. That is too high. Down. Okay, so we need to spin this around. It's not gonna work. That's too far, and we could pull this all closer, but it's gonna like look really bad. Well, let's see. If I pulled this way, yeah, no, it's not gonna work. There's got to be something else that we could do. A real stair would have like a little pillar there, but I don't think there's like a pillar that's not gonna be like huge. Like I just want something that's about 2.5 rails wide, square. But I don't think that we can find something like that. I'll delete this one for now, and let's just see if we can find anything else that might help us. Corner out. What is corner out? Just a different shape. Oh, hold on. That's pretty much exactly what I was looking for, but like in a weird orientation. Why is it corner out? So like corner in is a full-on thing, right? So why is corner out a singular? There should have been better naming for this. It just doesn't make sense. Put that in that corner, and then pull this over here and pull it up. This should match up perfectly because it looks like this is exactly what this is for, which is great. Awesome. That is exactly what I wanted. This is another destroyed one, right? Yeah, let's get rid of it. And we'll just get rid of that one too. I don't want the destructible ones. I want the nice non-destructible ones, basically. So that's actually supposed to be the right rail, not the left rail. Or is this supposed to be, sorry, the left rail, not the right rail? It's L. I'm gonna just go in here. Oh wait, no, it is still rail. So where is the right? Let's pull the right in. Cannot see. Great. Pull this over. Pull it down. That is too long. I need the short one. Short R. Pull this over, put it down. We'll grab the other one, which is the left. I mean, I'm gonna guess that left and right are like left and right from the bottom of the stairs and not from the top, because the stairs pivot is at the bottom. But I don't know. Unfortunately, they don't really have a way to indicate that. But it looks like that, because if these pivots were overlapping, then you'd have a staircase with the left on the left side going up. So I'm going to assume that that is the way it's supposed to work. Now, the default on this looks like it's actually the same material. Interesting. As the bowling is for these rails, so I might just leave it. Oh, it's the side piece probably that's not this little bit. In which case, maybe it's better to leave it on default because this looks a bit better. Whereas maybe this material on, maybe the UV for this is like weirdly placed. Yeah, okay, we're gonna leave these on default then. What is this one? This is the rail cap 01, and we all have a cap 01 and 02. Where's this one? Oh. Oh, these are for that staircase. I just did never move them back. Okay. Put these over here. This is for a different staircase we're not dealing with right now. In fact, actually, I'm just going to pull this back out, and I'm going to delete this one out because of that, and pull this over. There we go. When I moved the staircase, I did not move the end caps, I guess. That's okay. Going back to our rail caps here. That's this one. This is not. Where is this one? Okay, that is that one. This is still that one. Hold on a second. That's that. Oh. Oh, I have another rail cap that I am not using. Okay, delete that. I think I'm not using it. Oh, maybe I was using it for this, or this meets up. No. Actually, hold on. I was using it for that. I think, maybe. Oh, I probably was because there was a staircase that went down there. And now there is not. Okay, so actually I'm going to delete that one. And this pillar should actually be Oh, so I didn't need, oof. Ugh, okay. I shouldn't have deleted the other one that was here. This is an O1. I need an O2, which now there's an O2 upstairs only. So let's duplicate that and pull that guy down. I'm just gonna fix this up before moving over back to the other one that I was working on. That's the right corner. Come this way. Come over here. Go over here. Oh, come on. These pivots are in such weird places because it's meant for a staircase much larger than this one, which is crazy to me because this staircase is already more than wide enough for most applications, so I don't know why their default is like the giant staircase. Okay, so it needs to go forward. Oh, it's 180 in the wrong direction. Is it? Hold on. Something seems weird about this. Something is not lined up correctly. Is this not lined up? It is. Is this not lined up? It is. Okay, this is not height-wise in the right place for one. So that would have been one reason. Okay, so no, it is flipped around. Can't see where the thing is going because they put the pivot in a stupid place. I mean, it's not stupid for whatever application they were using it for, but it's certainly stupid for this kind of work. Okay, so that would be perfect for there, so this should now work here. Okay, whatever. Hooray, I fixed a problem that did not need to be created. All right, let's go back to our other rail cap one. Here we go. Why is that still looking somewhere weird? There, okay, there we go. So that's rail cap 01, so we need a rail cap 02. Let's pull the rail cap 02 in here and pull it 360 degrees, or 180 degrees. There's 360 degrees would be pointless. And put it there. Wonderful. Now it's looking like a staircase. It makes sense. I'm gonna need a straight rail piece there, which I can do in a bit. That's looking okay. This is now okay. Let's fix this wall up. And this one. Pull this way. In fact, it should probably overlap that, shouldn't it? So that the wood is not coming forward. Because, I mean, we could go to there. Nah, we should really overlap it a bit. Now it lines up with that wall piece, which is actually good. We could theoretically put a door in here. All right, and then we're gonna just pull one of these over. And in here, it doesn't really matter because we're gonna seal this up. So what I'm gonna do is grab, I'm gonna delete this corner because we no longer need it. Delete this corner. And actually, I shouldn't have done that yet because we might want to just have duplicated the whole shape up, put it up a floor, but that's all right. It's still too far away. There, and over one, and just make sure it doesn't bleed through on this side, which it totally is. So we could, oh yeah, we can just shove these walls outside because it doesn't matter on that side. There's nothing to block it. How far do we come? There. Okay. Now this is a floor piece, ceiling piece. that will get removed. And similarly, this piece shall get removed. And we'll deal with all of you in a second, but first let's just make sure this looks like what we want it to look like. I don't love this still. Like if I could shove this in this wall here, pull this forward. Ah, no, because then that wall is gonna look like crap. We need a pillar. That's what we need. Let's find a pillar. Let's just grab one of these guys for now. We might want to use a different one later, but just so that that doesn't have that ugliness. Yeah, that's good. It's not my favorite solution because it really should be like a wood piece there, but that's all right. It looks good enough. In fact, I'm gonna delete this and just use another one of these. Nice. Oh, it's bleeding through on that side. So it needs to come this way. And that will cover that bleed a bit too. Yeah, that looks awesome actually. If this was like wood instead of this, like we could grab a wood one. Building wood. SM. Floor, hall, rail, room, stairs, wall. And oh, okay, interesting. I don't even know why they have a corner like that. That's kind of weird that they would have a full corner. But all right, sure. Free wood. Oh, okay, right. Like a just the what do you call it? The studs of a wall. Whole sealed pillars. Here we go. Museum pillar. Oh, that's interesting. Could use some of those in the other building, but I don't really need them here. What is that museum circle? Whoa. Whoa, that is huge. Oh, I see. That's like the huge roof thing. Kind of like at the Musée d'Orsay. Pillar. All right. Pillar big. Or BG. Yeah, pillar big. Not for this space, but I was just curious what that meant was. And pillar bot. Oh, I see. It was just a broken pillar. So it's just the bottom part of a pillar. Pillar corner. Just a corner piece. That's interesting. Top pillar wall. Okay, so it's just the edge piece. I don't know why you'd ever need that, because you could just take a pillar and put it halfway into a wall, unless you have like a space that has zero clearance on the other side. But that should never happen, because you'd have bleed, probably. And like, I don't really see a situation where you'd ever want a hallway, like a wall that small, because it would just look weird. You'd feel like it was not, there was nothing there. Yeah, like in game, it would look like it was a sheet of paper in terms of its thinness. It's just kind of weird. Anyway, so regular pillar. So if we use one of these guys, do they have one where the wood goes all the way up? It's not looking like it. I mean, this one has more wood because it's more damaged, but that's not really like what I'm looking for. I wonder if I could just go, let's go pillar. Okay, so there's these, let's see. Brick, no. Colony. Not quite what I'm looking at. Um, divider pillar, wall pillar, wall pillar. I mean, what are these wall pillars? Oh, those are like really colonial. So that's not really what I'm looking for. Well, what are, I don't know. Yeah, okay, no, they're not. Concrete, no. Deco, no. Not for this building. Wallpaper? Yeah, I think that's wallpaper style. So that's these, probably. Hold on. Yes. So that's wallpaper. Okay. Um, wallpaper mid-wall pillar? Is that just, yeah, another one that's like, no? No, I don't actually know. That's weird. I don't know. I don't know what the difference is between those. Um, but that's all right. We're not gonna need the wallpaper pillar. We're looking for a wood one. So there's this wood B, which we haven't been using. Not the worst. If we can get this one to not look as broken. Is there a bowling gutters floor? Oh, that could work. That's, oh, it's so close. That's not bad. That's looking more like a house from this era. It's not good, but it's not bad. These are all going to be the same. Um, big corner wall. Um, what? Oh, is this medium? Oh, now it's taller, I guess. Yeah, we don't. Oh, wow, the other one is huge. That is like many, many stories tall. We want small. Good thing I looked at the fact that there were different sizes of these things. Um, small pillar. Okay, and that loses that weird strapping, which is exactly what I was hoping we'd get rid of, actually. That's pretty good. Obviously has a problem where it impacts the floor there. But if we can move that floor back, we'll be fine. Although we need something on top of it too. We could pull it down. But there's no end cap, right? There's no trim on the top. Yeah, it just ends at a straight edge. I wonder if any of these have an end cap. What is Pillar 02? Is it any different? Nope, no. Does not. What about Pillar 03? No. I don't know why there are three different pillars then. I guess it's just for the material. BG, I'm assuming is big. Yep. Bot is just the bottom of a pillar. Yep. Corner, top of a pillar. Actually, top of a pillar is like just a chunk. It doesn't have a trim on it either. Pillar wall 01 is just one that bleeds into the wall. And then these are the ones that are with the little finicky bit. And I mean, we could change the whole house to be like that, which is not a bad idea for this house, except that are we not doing the same thing in that storefront? Oh no, the storefront is brick. We could do that. We could, instead of doing like a 1950s wallpaper, switch these walls all out for this type. Wood paneling, which would fit better with this house anyway. And it could distinguish it more from the apartments that we're going to do separately. So actually, that's not a bad idea. I'll pull one in just to think about for now. Although, what are their options for these? Wow, that's very, very clean. It's nice that it sometimes gives you a preview. I wish it would always give you a preview. Dark is kind of nice for that. Green, dark, hall, burnt wood. The only thing that sucks about this is there's no like, you can only have regular plaster up here, whereas it would be nice to have some wallpaper options, and it doesn't have that. That's not awful. Oops. You come out here. One thing about it though is it looks like the pattern of the wood. Oh, it does have a wallpaper. So we have, hold on. So we have clean with a bluish color. We have red wallpaper. Is that wallpapered? Oh, it is. It's like really messed up looking, but there is wallpaper on it. Okay. Why is there only a broken green wallpaper? And not a clean green wallpaper. And this is also like a way too tall pillar. We need a small version of this if they have one. Although they may not. Is this the same as, hold on. Small pillar, this one. So, okay, if this is wood BS small, oh, this is wood PB. Okay, so then we're looking at wood PB. They don't, looks like it doesn't look like it was a small one. That's also like 4 stories tall. And this one is also like 4 stories tall, right? Yep. Okay. What about this one? Also 2 stories tall, but 2 stories is better than like 4 stories. So I'm wondering maybe this set PM. Oh, P. Okay, here we go. PB is big. Okay, oh, P big. Ah, right. Wood P. Wood plaster, maybe? Wood plaster? Because it's got like a wood and plaster. So wood plaster small wall pillar. Is that just. Okay. So this is what we were looking at. See how it has this like nice little design here where it's got like a beveled edge in the interior space? It looks like when you clean it up, it loses that nice little beveled edge. I don't know why. Like, it should still have a bevel to it. It's just, I guess they chose not to texture this as nicely because it was probably like, it's only used in like a couple scenes or something. But like, it should still have that nice beveled look to it. Oh well. So we have green, red, dark wood, like a exterior wood, wet wood, burnt wood, although for some reason the wallpaper is not burnt to a crisp even though the wood is. Yeah, okay, so I mean, basically like if you want to kind of match that stuff, it would have to look like this. So this is an option. I'm gonna leave this one here as an option. And that one does only come up to there, right? Good. And it's got that nice little bit on the top, so it really does fit in better than this one. Is there any other options that we have? Excuse me. Deco, industrial, metal, the railroad base? Oh yeah, okay. Interior, steam tower? Oh, okay. Or steam something, utility divider. So really it's between this and this. Unless we change the whole house to looking like this, it won't make sense to use this, but we could just use this with our bowling gutters look and it would blend in pretty well. I mean, it's not ideal, but it's not awful. But if we change the whole house, we could use this. It's just, do we want to? Now would be the time if we were going to make that change. Let me check. Okay, so this is building wood. Oh, building wall plaster. So building wall or building. I guess it's not wall. Building something L. It must be wall though, but except that then it says SM wall. So building. What would that be? Like building, I mean, it must be wall plaster. Because if this is building wood and then P for plaster or B for brick, maybe? Is this just slat? I don't know. I don't know what building would be is in this regard. So BG we know is big, but it looks like it's just like wood slat. Like what would B be? Would be So we don't want BG, we don't want MMD, SM, broke wall, ceiling damage, small floor, small hallway, rail, room, stairs, wall. So this is just wood slats. Okay. And all of these are like that. It looks like they are just different patterns of wood. Okay. So if that's the case, then we don't need the wood B. But B is like a slat wall. I just don't know what is that supposed to be, like wood basement maybe? But I just don't know. Wood PB is what we're looking at because wood P is what we're looking at because the wood, it's like wood and plaster. I assume that's what that stands for now that I've checked out some of these things. So if we're doing that, then it's going to be a wall that looks like this. Oh, this is still big. Let's go grab small wood PSM wall like that. So we could switch out all these walls to look like these walls. And if you're wondering why there's like a trim at this level, I'm assuming that's meant to be picture rail, which was a common feature at houses at the time. Yeah, I think it makes sense to turn this into like a more of this kind of look, rather than that kind of look, just because this is like more of like a 1920s house rather than like a 1960s house. And then we can make the apartments more 1960s look to it, and it won't feel weird. It is weird that this has like, look how much bleed it has going upwards. I guess it's all that space is for flooring. Weird. Okay, well, that'll work because this one doesn't go up that high, does it? Yeah, this one just ends there. I don't know why this one is so much taller. It doesn't need to be that tall, but okay. So if we're using these, I just want to see what we have access to. So clean, too clean. Although it's not the worst thing in the world. That's kind of cool. So you have that look, a dark wood, that weird like exterior wearing, wet for some reason, burnt. We don't have that bowling color on these. So it almost looks like we have the most options in clean if we do it. Otherwise we're using like these unique ones or the dark basically, or none. So basically like between that, this, and this. If we do this, we could just do it on the one floor as well, and then have it transition into more of a wallpaper on the upper floor, which isn't unusual for houses like this. So do more of like a plaster wall upstairs. Yeah, I mean, because wainscoting is very expensive, so they would have only done it in small areas typically. But I do like this. The question is, what do we want for the look to it? Do we want super clean? It's very clean. I wonder if we could dirty it up with like the stains. These DMG things. Like if we do this, that's floor. DMG wall mid. Wall small stain. So if we do this, could we like apply this onto here? Would it look like something? Oh, I see. This is for the lower portion here. Okay, so we could dirty it up a bit. We could scuff it up. Interesting. Small stain, O2. There's another one for that same area. Yes. Is there one for the whole wall, or is it just these weird sections? I mean, I can play with these to get them right up to the edges, but as a general idea, it's not bad. Actually, I don't mind it. The fact that we can dirty them up, I think we go with these clean ones because it gives us the most options. So we can just start with the clean one and then we can choose a different set. I think we're gonna do this. Okay, we're gonna commit to this. We're going in, we're gonna put this here. Does that come out enough? It's not gonna bleed at all. It's a little too close, I think. We're gonna go out like that on that corner, and we should just go out on both. All right, so we're gonna turn this into clean as well. It's all right that these are two different types of wood. It's not gonna be a huge deal. I do want to make sure that we have. So what is this? It's BLD SML, BLD wood, PSM, and I want to make sure we do have the wall opening areas like these. Socket is what we're looking for. Socket A, or hold on. Yes, it's a socket. Okay. In that case, let's kill this. Boom. We don't have. Oh, we do have an exterior one. That's fine. There's so many sockets. What are the differences between all these? I think it's fine. We just use A. Put this here. Is that too far back? Yes, it is. So we don't really want this guy, or do we? Not really. because it looks like it's the damage part is only going to show in those bits here. So we're going to want the plug as well. I'm just going to pull this out for now. Let's see. Plug a door. Okay, so that one has no destruction. Plug B double door. Okay, double door. C. That is window. Okay, so the C's are all, or these are all windows then? Yeah, of different sizes. So these must all be plugs of different sizes. So the only one that's a door would be A. Okay. So I know that the socket A and that door A are the only two pieces. So there's no variety. That's okay. That should be perfectly aligned. No weird holes. No. Okay. And on the exterior, this was a whole wall piece. Okay, well, whatever. No, wait, hold on. Why? What is it saying? RFGP form. What is that? RF. I don't see anything. Is there something weird? I don't see any linked references of any kind. I mean, and if there is, we definitely don't want to use it, but I'm just curious why it's giving me that warning. To stat form in cell in use, if you delete this form, they will be checked out and their use of it will be removed. Yes. Okay. Hopefully that didn't screw something up, but I don't know why it's even there. So to me, it's not a huge deal. Okay, we're gonna delete this wall and we'll place these in their place. And I'm gonna change this one to be clean as well. Look how that suddenly matches up. Wonderful. This one can also be moved to clean. Pretty. This is gonna look great. Okay, so this is a window. We're gonna need a plug. Which plug is this? I mean, technically this is the complete wrong set, but I bet you they will line up if I get D. So let's look at wall socket D. It may not, but we'll see. Okay, that does indicate direction. Good to know. That little cross on the ground tells us, oh, I don't want to go up. I want to go in. There we go. In and down and over and in. That lines up pretty well. Okay, it doesn't line up perfectly because of that. Sure, all right. So this is D. Although this does give us a good idea, we could look at the model here and see what window that was. So that was a kind of double height. It's like a hung window, two of them side by side. It's almost square, but it's it's almost square because it's too high. So actually, we can try to make this more accurate now. So let's do that. This is just like a lattice. with a cracked window pane. At some point, I'm gonna want to find a better one for this probably, but that's all right. I want to use, let's see what these look like. So we have socket A, we know is the door, right? Yeah. So socket A2 is a different variation on the door. Or is one, did that not pull anything out? Oh, it did, okay. I'm gonna move out here for a second so I can not mess up anything in there. So we have socket A, which is single space door. Socket A, so that's just a different variation of the door. B is the huge door, okay? C, that's a rectangular height window, so that's more useful for some of the other ones. All right. So not for this one. That's too low. That's an archway. That's really weird. Oh, that's for like a floor grate or something, but like, why would you have that? That's sort of like a basement. That is very large. Let's look at the model again. I mean, no, that's too large. So actually the best one is the one that we were looking at probably, although this isn't awful, but it's kind of shorter than that. I think that the best one for us is this D. So I'll just use D. Where did I go? Why did I teleport over here? Okay. So it's gonna go align with that wall and over so that it's not bleeding into that wall, and then we're going to find D for the plug. Here we go. How different is it from the other one? It's probably just a little bit wider into the room so that it can cover that hole on the side here. Although it doesn't look like it is. Like it really doesn't look like it's doing its job. Maybe if I turn it 180? No. So I really could have just used the other one. Yeah, basically. That's not a great job. I mean, it's got these huge like gaps there. You'd think that they would try to fix that. Like I could pull it into the room a bit more, but like then it doesn't have an edge on that, so that won't work. They should have modeled that edge. They shouldn't have left that as a hole, because they clearly didn't come up with a window that fits it. Although right now it's looking like it's just not meeting up at all. Okay, hold on a second here. Something's got to be wrong with this. Is it just bad? Like, I feel like there's just a problem with this model. Something is wrong with the way that this is incorporated. Because, like, these are the same set. This is D, that is D. This should be aligned, but it's clearly not. That's really bothering me. There's got to be a better... Is this just how it is? You got to be kidding. Like, look how off that is on, like, every single place. Like, I could pull this forward manually a little bit, but, like... It's still not gonna... Like, it's not good. Like, I can fix this crack a touch, but, like... Look how not lined up that is. That's just like this one in particular is just not lined up. Is it because of the plaster? That's like there's a layer of plaster that's like not in there. Like, cause that's aligned. I guess the plaster just bleeds out, but then, like in a real situation, that should be the opposite. Like the window sill should cover that. Somebody screwed up their job, whether or not it was the person who modeled this or the person who modeled this. There was a miscommunication there, and somebody screwed up. That's all I'm saying. Like, is this the same issue? No, because look, there's an end cap on there. It doesn't have a hole in it in the mesh there. Is it just me? Like, that has an end cap, right? Yeah. But like this one clearly doesn't, right? Or is that the end cap? Is it just like really ugly? Oh, maybe it's just really ugly. Okay. Never mind. Although there's still problems with the way that it matches up with the plaster or the wallpaper or whatever you want to call it. It's not as bad as I was thinking. That must be, yeah, it must be that wallpaper. Okay. Sure. That is weird, and it still doesn't look like it lines up perfectly. There's a weird edge stuff when I click on this, but whatever. Okay. There's something the matter with like the way that it lines up with textures. I'm just gonna ignore it because it doesn't matter that much, but little things like that do bother me. Clean. So, okay. I gotta figure out if I really want broken glass there, but that's for another time. We're gonna just take this and duplicate these and pull this over here and spin this 180 and then delete this one. I don't know why that's doing that. There's like weird pieces in here that are like not. Is my data not? No, it is set as the active file. This is weird. I don't know. Okay, that's in the right place. I'll leave that door. Sure, whatever. I'm gonna save because I don't know why these references are happening. But yeah. Let's delete these. Give me a second. Okay. So we're gonna swap these out with these pieces. So what I'm gonna do is, okay, these are both good. Let's just duplicate these. We'll pull them out. Swivel them around. And we'll delete, actually, before I delete that out, let's pull this into the right place for it so that we know where it's going. Now I can delete that. Push this. Actually, let's undo that. Because we'll grab both of them and pull them into the same plane. Oh, okay. I'm gonna pull these both this way. There's a piece that's floating out here. Oh yeah, because of that hole. That's fine. Whatever. I'll get rid of those eventually. Okay, this one and that one. And that's on the right plane now. So now we can delete this. We can grab this and grab this and pull this over here into that pillar. Okay. I hope there's corners that match up with this. I'm sure there are. Okay, all right. And we're gonna do the same thing with these walls. We're gonna just duplicate these. We'll pull these over here and pull them forward. And I'm just gonna delete out this wall and pull this all the way through. And then delete out this wall. And then snug this up to that other wall. Looks good. This is gonna be fine. If there's like a weird bit of overlap here, it can sometimes cause weird mesh issues, but it looks like these are fine in the way that they're bleeding right now. Hopefully they don't do anything weird, but it looks okay right now. We'll see in game. Hopefully that doesn't create problems for us. If it does, we might have to revert all these back to the other type of wall, which would really, really suck. All right, duplicate this and spin this in place, and it should wrap in there perfectly. Excellent. Now we need to do the same for these. These are not going to wrap in perfectly, but that's all right. Spin this 90 and push it back. To there, right? That's about right. And I'm gonna actually pull it forward. Oh, it's too far pushed in. There. Is this too far pushed in? It was, okay. Huh. Well, these line up. Weird. I would have thought that the pivots would have been in the same place, but they are not. So something is not right with the way that these are set up. These are now apart. Now they are together. But for some reason, their pivots are not in the same place. All right, well, whatever. So we'll duplicate this and we'll move this over. That's why we check those things, by the way. Is there something else that was weird here? No, we deleted that already. These corners are going to get replaced. Yes. Corner 01. Okay, and then corner 02. And we'll change this to clean. And we'll change this to clean. I wish there was a way to do all these at once. A little bit of a scratch there, that's cool. Adds a bit of character. Okay. This one we're going to replace with this, so we can delete out these corners right now. And pull in this guy. Come on. Nice. Okay. Duplicate it, move it over. Actually, it shouldn't have been moved over first now that I think about it. We should just spin it in place first. And now we can move it over. There we go. This, and in fact, we can leave this window as we found. They are identical. I'm just going to delete that out and grab this and duplicate it and move it over here, spin it around. One more. And in place. And this I'm just going to switch to... Okay, so there is a reason to switch these out. They have different material sets. Okay, that's fair. We could have done this at once, but it's okay. Really? It's gonna have like a weird problem. Oh, I see. It only works after you reselect it, after you duplicate it. Interesting. Good enough. All right, and these guys got to get swapped out. I'm going to... Do we have multiple columns? Or pillars, I guess they're called. Yes, we have pillar 01, 02, 03. So let's put an 02 in here. And an 03 in here. That one's really screwed up. We may not be able to use this one clean. Well, we'll see. That might be too destroyed for our purposes. Right now it'll work, but we'll have to check once we start making everything else kind of weathered looking. The amount of destruction on these pillars might be too intense. Those are on the same plane, right? Right. It looks like it. Yep. Okay. Cool. Now this wall is just a duplicate of the other wall. Just delete this out. And I'm just going to take this wall and duplicate it. I cannot see. Move it and shift it over here and push it in here. That doesn't match up. Interesting. Is it going to be a problem on this side? We should match this up. I'm just gonna pull this in a touch. Okay. Just to make sure. And this should be wide enough that there could have been a door in here. I want to swap out this for another corner. Do we have another corner that's not as beat up, or is this going to be really beat up? It's going to be really beat up. I don't want... Yeah, something like that might be okay. Oh, this is too far into the room currently. We want it here. Although we really want it about here. Because we want it to line up. So actually, if we pull this, what we're going to do is pull that wall back out a little. All right, where is that wall? This one. Can't see it. There, come on. There we go. About there. That should be clear of this. Great. And it's still inside here. There's no seam. Good. That looks fabulous. All right. So, let's do the same thing here. We're gonna get rid of these guys, and we're gonna replace it with these guys. Duplicate, rotate, and shove it back. Perfect. It's looking pretty. We're gonna probably want to change out these doors. I don't know what these would normally. There must be like a cleaner version of these doors, but that's all right. Otherwise, we're gonna have to wear these walls down a lot to make them look good. We could enclose this in a wall, although I don't know if we have enough space. If we did this, yeah, no. So that's fine. Cool. We could shove... No, we can't. We don't have a door frame that's that size. I was thinking like we could shove a basement door here, but then we would need some kind of way to mash it in there, and I don't think we have a door frame that would fit that. Frame... Picture... Slate, picture... Industrial house... Ground, upper... These are all architecture, interior... No. So it has to be a socket. Or no, it's a plug. Plug. And I think all of these are going to have problems where they're not going to have anything on the side that we could use potentially for this kind of situation, which sucks. If I look at door, how many door things do we have? Doorway, these are airport, bathroom, brick, 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 concrete. I mean, it's not to say the brick one couldn't work. What does the plug look like? See, like, the problem is that we couldn't really inset this because it would look like it's it's bleeding into the wall, so it's too close. I mean, we could pull it out slightly, but then there's going to be a seam that you're going to visibly be unable to see underneath it from that side. Yeah, I don't think we could do it. Let's just see. Plug, middle, bottom, top, building concrete. It's like for a non-concrete one. Deco is not probably going to work for this. If anything, it should be like... I mean, the concrete one is not exactly the worst because it's going to be like to a basement. It could be more grody looking. Plywood door. I mean, we could do something like that, or we just shove like a plywood door, like here, make it look like there was a basement door that got boarded up, a basement door to the cellar. That's not the worst idea in the world. I'm not opposed to that, but we'll think about it. Because there's going to be a cellar, and it's going to be accessible. I said from the interior of the other thing, right? From the bottom floor, yeah, through there. So we could say that it was like figured out later. That's a possibility. Anyway, it's fine. We're just gonna leave that for now. We might do that in the future. What do I want to do for the flooring here? Do we have like a nice wood floor we could do that like comes up to this wall, like a slat floor? Because this is gonna be this deco carpet. BLD wood P. or just wood actually. Even would be, we want floor. Floor. Floor only. Let's delete out this guy. Floor, ceiling, floor only. Yeah, something like that. Let's make this one room really like, although we could make this one like cozy with a carpet. But I don't know. I feel like maybe we put the carpet on this side. I want like to divide up these spaces in some way. The question is whether or not we make this a super cozy room or we make this one like a very like wood and like high end feeling like office room, or we make it like a reading room, in which case it could be carpet. We could do this whole area like this and grab this and shove it in here. I kind of want to break up these textures because of this. Yeah, I don't really want these together. So what we're gonna do is have this room be carpeted, or have this room be not carpeted, and this room be carpeted. Kind of like how it was, but I'm gonna shove these out this way so that they are not in that room. I don't need 3 different patterns on this floor. I don't know if this is the carpet I want to keep in the long run, but I'll take it for now. And this is going to be a wood floor room. Actually, before I do that, is there another floor piece that would be better here? They're just different looks to them slightly, right? This doesn't really matter. None of these are like super broken or anything weird. I don't really want a huge seam like that. Is there an orientation that works better? Still got a seam. If it's gonna have a seam, then I want the flooring to go this way so that that seam hides itself. Okay. And then push this up. That actually matches up perfectly. Even though these are 2 different floor pieces. Interesting. This one didn't match up. These 2 do. And they're not repeating textures. Nope. Good. Okay, and then I'm just gonna duplicate this guy. Actually, let's see floor 4. Do we have a reason to have floor 4? Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, that looks good. Do we want to keep this wood tone? We do want it to be a different wood tone from the wall, because that's just how they are. But that's too orange. That's not the worst. That's way too dark. Burnt is too burnt. I mean, with lighting, this might look okay, but it's too dark. Like, you wouldn't normally have like dark flooring. You'd have like a light oak or something, but they don't really have that. Like, this is a redwood, which is not ideal. This one's not bad, But the default's honestly like not that bad either. I think we go default. Yeah, it's probably best. Okay. And do we like this carpeting? Or is there another option that's better? So there's your clean. The bowling one. Not bad. Do we have like a red's too red? There's a clean red, which is way too bright. That's like somebody died on it. The tan's honestly not the worst thing ever. Whoa. Interesting. I think actually the tan is the best. Either the tan or the blue. The tan really fits like the, oh, we came in and like screwed up our wood flooring later with something else. This feels more like 90s to me, like this blue kind of carpet, whereas this feels like very like 70s, 60s could we? I think we're gonna go tan though. Let's go tan. Yeah, it just seems. This to me reads more like office building, and this to me feels more like I ruined my house with ugly carpeting. um, by putting carpet over nice wood floors because I didn't feel like refinishing my floors one year, and then I made a mistake that could never be reverted, or at least would take lots and lots of money to be reverted. Is there a way to get these to blend better, or does it look like crap? I mean, if we just have one seam here, that's fine because it makes it look worse in like a way that it would actually look like in a real building. I just want to make sure the other ones feel like it's like this is one roll of carpet and this is one roll of carpet, which it feels like now. So yeah, there we go. Sweet. Nice. Okay. The bottom floor is now done. So floor 2. How do we want to do floor 2? So floor 1 was okay having this like big wood slat into the wall. I think floor 2 we can do a bit of cheat with a floating style staircase, and that will give us some more space that we can work in. The question is, do we do another turn like this or do we go straight? And I think we just go straight. So I think we can go straight and we go over this. And that way we keep that feeling like the floor height is correct. I'm just gonna move. Oh, this is interesting. It's a multi-piece thing. Ah, cool. All right. Good to know. So that you can change out the pieces, basically. I'm gonna move that over. We don't need it right now. We may not even use it, but I just want to see what that looks like. So this is gonna come in probably like to there, and actually we can't use this because it's not got a floor piece. What we're going to use instead is like this. Actually that one's broken. Do we have a non-broken one? This one is not broken. Is that 8? So that's 8. Floor plat 01. Oh, let's go 02. So I don't know if 01's being used somewhere else. Oh, that is like not a full platform. Come on. That is also not a full platform. Hold on a second. What is making these different from one another? Are they totally different pieces? Small floor plat 08. Small floor plat 01. So these, oh, BS versus PS. Okay. So we're going down to PS. PS. Floor plat. So let's go 02. Perfect. Okay. Oh, and delete that. This will take its place. Slot that in there and push it over. That's probably about where we want it. We could even come in a bit further. It looks like that's in the wall. Yeah. And why was that in the wall? Oh, probably because they wanted the hole in a certain place. But we don't need it. Interesting. It looks like these walls aren't matched up in terms of height. Because, like, this is pulled in. Is there a reason for that? Like, could we go out? Might just do that. Sure. And we do want to go out this way because these should technically be closer together than they are. So let's pull this whole thing out a little bit. When I was replacing these, I bet I screwed that up. I must have pulled them forward too far, actually. That makes sense. Yeah, now they're in the right place. Okay, this is O2, and this is O1. That's the BS piece, which is the floor only. This is platform 8, 2. So let's grab 1. Come on. Let me see what I'm doing. There we go. And doesn't matter if there's overlap there really, but I'm trying to see if like this should probably be like in a bit, right? Because we want to have, oh, except we have this thing we need to hide. Never mind. I don't know if that's far enough, to be honest, because that's looking like it's bleeding. Like this might even need to go in further, but then that's in the stair tread. Might need to do something. We might need to push this like a touch that way. Okay, well, stair tread reasons this should probably be there, but we could pull this over to there, but then that's gonna smack your head. That's way too low. Like if anything, we want to pull it out further so that there's not that happening. Like to here. Yes, honking car. You do have a horn. Okay. All right, these are bowling stairs, right? Bowling. Is this another destructible rail? It is. We're going to get rid of that, but we are going to use a staircase because it's exactly like what we're trying to get. Actually, we just want one large piece. We don't want two small pieces, so it's not exactly like what we want. We're just going to delete all of these, and we're going to put a staircase directly up there. Just trying to see how can we resolve these issues. Like, ideally, we'd shove this further in, but if the whole point is to cover that seam on the corner, then it's not going to do much good if we pull it out. Although we could pull this out too. And it's not in the right place this way either. hold on. How was it before? So it should have been not covering. Oh, okay, hold on. This should be further in. This should be back out. There we go. Is there a way we could pull this? Like if we do that, the problem is this gonna also then have that? Oh no, because this is a corner piece. No, that's gonna have the same problem. If I do this, right? This feels a little too close to that because it's not got any. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. It doesn't look great though. And if anything, it's gonna make this problem huge. Yeah, this is gonna be a big problem if we put it in there. So no, we can't do that. We have to put it here. Is there anywhere else we could play? Well, we could pull it further out instead of in, and then try to hide some of this stuff a different way. So if we went out, then we can push this here. Then this railing protects you safely here. Although we're going to need to put another bit of rail in here or something. It's a tough situation to resolve because if we put it here, it's going to bleed there. And if we push this back, then it's going to have this hole here. We could pull a wall all the way up to the stairs. It's not the worst idea in the world. It's not the best thing in the world either because I really don't want this to be closed in actually because this is going to be an opening to the stairs upstairs. Oh. Yes. Like there should be a way to access the staircase that's going to go up this way. We could raise the floor a bit, but if we raise the floor, it's going to have some weird gaps. This is a tough situation to resolve. The best situation is probably just to push this out like that and pull this in. I think that's the most ideal situation, and now we're just going to have to fix this stuff to line up with that. So then this goes this way, this comes in this way. That sucks though. Like I really don't like that. And there's no way to block that because this has to come right up to that. So then this isn't really doing what its job is, which is to try to hide this seam. What do we do here? Okay, so we shove this back. Oh, not this one. We shove this back. This back to hide that seam. Pull it out and know that there's an issue here that we're going to have to hide in some way. If we push this in here and we put a rail in here, that could solve it. It's not great though. Could that rail even hide that? It's too big. I think it's too wide. It's so annoying that they modeled that to have that much bleed. I mean, I guess all of these walls have that bleed, so they are built to have like an extra floor. So we could go up one more floor. But I mean, they're really built to go up an extra floor because of this, because this then has... Well, let me just... Because, like, if I go... Because if I drew this up a floor, like to there, I don't know if this is going to get... if you could walk that and that would be okay, right? Whereas the old walls, these... Did they have bleed? I thought they did have some bleed too, right? Yeah, like they're built to have that bleed edge so that you could do a staircase like this and then have the next wall start. So there's no gaps. Dang it. I want to deal with that now because I don't know how to resolve it down the road. Do we have anything I could use to cover that up? I just don't think there's anything we can do with it. Like, I can do that, but this is going to be an issue. Unless I can find something to put here. But I just don't think I can find anything that's going to work with that. I could move this very minusculely off grid and inside this, and it won't be that noticeable. And that might be what I need to do. I'll just do that for now. Let's move this guy here. Now that we know that that's coming into there. I want this to well, actually, we're probably not gonna want to use this. We probably want to use a carpeted piece for this floor, but I'll leave it for the moment. Let's go find the staircase we're looking for first. PSM, stairs. Stairs, and we want 3, which is the tighter staircase. And we actually want the half size. Half 3. Nice. So we'll do that. Like that. Is that? Oh, I see. So that could go right up to there. Like that. Do I like coming out like that, or do I want it to be more in like that? It looks like it's made to go right up to that, like that. Is this too high? That's too low. So this must be right. It's kind of weird that it's it's like halfway here and it's halfway, like, is there another thing that's better than that? If this goes up to the same height for that step, they are different. They literally just scaled it, didn't they? That's why it doesn't match up. Okay, well, if I want to use this tighter staircase, that's just how it's going to be. All right, well, whatever. I guess that's what we've got. So we're going to do half stairs, and we want the rail that matches this. Rail half. So there's got to be a rail stairs half or something, right? Or oh no, half is the width of the stairs, right? That's the tread width. So we're gonna do rail stairs. It's 03. We want to do the right side, so this should be the right one. And it goes into that stairwell there. In fact, I don't know. Hold on. I can't see where it ends. I can't see where it ends here either, but it ends too high there, so it needs to come down a floor and then forward probably. Or no, it doesn't even need to come forward. It just goes down a floor. And then we need the end cap, which is this guy. In almost the exact same position, but not quite. Although it really should be. Why is this too far? Is it in the wall? It is in the wall. There we go. Cool. So that's gonna look fine. You come up the stairway here. You get a little bit close there. I don't know if that's still too close. Because of the sharpness of this, it might be a bit too close still. I do want enough of a landing that it feels fine to walk this way. Is there a window here or not? There is a window there. It is a tall window, not a small window. So, oh, yes. Oh, that, there was like a whole piece there. That's weird. We need this, which is BLD wood, PSM, and then I want, what is the name of this thing again? PSM wall plug. Actually, socket, right? No, yes, socket first, which would be C. Yeah, C is the one we're looking at. It's exactly the one I was looking for. Because A and B are the tall things. This is the tall window. Or are the doors, rather. And this is the window. Okay. I want this to match where the bottom floor is. So it should come up to there. Yeah. Okay, and that's perfect. So socket and plug C. Come down a bit. Match up there and there. And we'll deal with the window frame, the window lattice later. Actually, we don't necessarily even want this style, but I do want that window. I know that. So we'll leave that for now. This. So actually what I did want was I wanted this to come back further to like here. So now we can think about that on this floor. Although this again is a staircase, so we might not want to do that there. Maybe just do, excuse me. Because technically, this should be like an opening back here. to like a little closet or something because we want to go back into this space. Uh, hmm. But this staircase does need to be supported by the wall because it's floating. What do we do? This makes it complicated. We could move the stairwell so it's in a different place, but I like having it over top of this because it gives this a purpose and it removes floor usage to do it this way, because otherwise this is going to take up a lot of space in the floor somewhere else. And we need this space to be both living or both kitchen and dining. Although as it's currently situated, that makes it really complicated too. We could rotate this whole section, move it in here. Ooh, this is gonna be, this could be a big amount of change. To fix this wall though, and give us more wall space that's not getting eaten by the staircase. Although we're gonna have to figure out how to deal with that still. Okay, I'm gonna save this. Okay, okay. Save this. Before I make any stupid changes. Let's take this whole thing. And rotate it. Did I grab anything weird? No, okay. Rotate it 90 degrees and put it against this wall. Is there a gap on the other side still? Right up against this wall. Kind of where it was when we started, but this will make sense in a minute. I guess we could even just straighten out the staircase and have it come up this way. Which is not a terrible idea as well. Anyways, so for now we're putting this here. So with that there, we'd have to put this like either like here, so it continues up this way, or again, we flip this around and do it back up this way. And if we make this one long staircase, then that resolves a couple of the issues with this. In fact, that resolves a lot of our problems. And it gives us a lot more floor space to use here. So that we can have like dining here and then kitchen, which isn't perfectly ideal with the way that that's lined up, but it's still going to be better. And it means that this whole wall is now not going to be problematic, which I think, yeah, I think we're just going to have to deal with this, and we're going to have to move all this stuff around. So some of that was wasted time, but it was helpful to like figure this out because now we have a better idea for how this is all going to come together. And like, it did help us choose a lot of things. But yeah, so we could do a staircase that turns in like this. If we do that, It would be better if we had it rotate so the staircase came in this way and then up, and then have a wall here. We could still keep much of this form. Oh, I forgot to take this with it. And this one. It's so hard to remember to take these stupid things. Because it looks like it should just be one piece, but it does give you flexibility to have multiple different types of stair pieces, so I understand why they did that. But we could take this whole thing. I'm just gonna leave the pillars for a second. And rotate this inward. Oh, I need that wall though. Cancel. Ugh. I need this whole thing. It's off grid. It's driving me nuts. There we go. Is that on grid? No, it's still not on grid. What is it that's causing it not to be on grid? There we go. That's better. Actually, does that mean this whole thing is just off grid? Oh, it could be. No, it was this specific piece of stair was off grid for some reason. Sure. Oh, that one is too. Why are these stairs not on? What is going on? How did that even? Oh, because when I rotated it in the first place, I was probably grabbing it from a piece that was off grid. I don't know why the railings would be fine then. All right, sure. Oh, that one isn't. Okay. And this one isn't. Certain railings were fine, but not all of them. Okay, so we could go like this. I'm just gonna move. And we could have a wall coming in this way. Like we could split this wall over here. Did we lose that cool little room we were making? And it does something weird with the way that the entryway works. What if we did instead? Let's grab these, this, this, that, this, and I'm sure I'm leaving a piece behind. There we go. And if we, oh, and this, and we rotated this to fall this way. In fact, if we pulled it back this way, then we could still have a little hallway coming through here. We pull this wall back a bit, although we don't really want to pull this wall back a bit because we do want this to line up. But we could have a hallway coming in here. How close is that to the door? Pretty close, but this is like, we could pull this back still. So if we pull this up to there, that's not a bad amount of space. That's a proper hallway. Yeah, that's a proper hallway. Let's grab these pieces and put these back. I want to see what I'm looking at. There we go. Yeah, that's actually totally fine. Actually, that looks pretty good that way. And we pull this in here. The problem is, how is that going to screw up the upper floor? Okay. So then that comes in like mid-floor here, and then we have the same problem we had before, right? Or we have a landing in the middle of the floor, and then we're not using the space effectively. So then there becomes like an odd space back here. That's not really connected to anything. Actually, it would be connected because this would be here, but it creates a weird space here, and we can't really put a dining room here now because it's like right up against the railing. But if I just do a straight staircase, that will solve this as well. It's just cool to have like a curved, like a. It would be nice to have the entry look like this, but the problematic stuff it causes for this floor, I think, is too much. Because we can't really have like the kitchen on this side and then the dining room on this side. I mean, we could. It's not really a reason we couldn't do that, but then this staircase is like, how do we even deal with this staircase, right? Like, can't put it going up this way, because that you kind of need it to have here. So then you'd need like, I don't know, you could have it coming up this way. So you have like a central thing here, but then you're like walking across the staircase when you're serving people. I mean, let's just see what that looks like before we commit to this. I'm gonna leave that piece there, I think, for now. I'm just gonna move these. Okay, so you could have it like this, except that you couldn't because that runs right into a wall. So that leaves what as options? You could have it like oddly reversed, which would never happen. Where you have like a staircase coming out of another staircase the opposite direction. That would be really weird. You could have it going like this, in which case you then basically have to turn this all into a hallway because you need to be able to go from one side to the other. That would be really weird too. I mean, if you shoved a small dining area into here, it just doesn't make sense for a house of this era because it would have a proper dining room. We could shove the whole stair against the wall, but then that blocks the window. Because we could move the door over, because the door doesn't need to be there. It doesn't have an analog on the outside. But to have it, but there is a window, and we'd be covering the window up like completely, which would make no sense. Unless we could like move this over and shove that over, but this is gonna, it will be too much of a conflict, I think. I don't think we could do it. And like, the door is inset this far, or at least roughly that far. The window is tucked in further, but like there's just no analog to it, unfortunately, in the sets that we have here. I think we just have to go with a straight staircase, which kind of sucks because this would be super cool looking to do it like this. Very like real life. But I just don't see it. I don't see it working, unfortunately, with what the pieces we have are. Yeah, because if we rotate it the other way, then it runs into a wall. We have to create like a weird hallway, and then we lose this room. And this really should be a room. Whereas we could create a long staircase and a hallway, and then we're good. Yep, I think that's just the case. So let's delete out this, these, this. We might still need that. We'll delete this piece, and this piece, and delete this piece. And instead of the small staircase, we are now going to look for the half, but not small. Stairs. And we still want 03, I think. Yeah. But we're gonna look for half. Half and block if we can. Block short is that. Is there a block? Oh, half block. 3. Perfect. So it's going to go something like that. That's going to be too far back right now, but that's all right. That's the right staircase, right? Same tread length. Yeah. Actually, it's not that far back, which is too bad. Which is interesting. Come on, let me grab this. Oh, come on. What did I just grab? I don't want to grab that. I want to grab this. Am I grabbing anything I shouldn't be? No. Okay. I just want to give this door enough space. That's probably fine. I don't want to take up a ton of floor space on the upper floor, so I want to give it as much space as I can. Which I'm shortening this, but it's going to allow me to increase that, I think. Oh, actually, this is just going to go this way. Oh, duplicate, drop this down, move this forward. Actually, I'm going to delete this one and shove that back. Okay. So now what does our space look like here? So we come in, we have a hallway, and now we want to be able to claim this area. So what I want to do is move these walls back, which we had done initially, but we're now going to open it back up. And on the bottom floor, there's no windows here. Were there windows on this piece? I forget. Oops. What did I just grab? No. Let's grab, I want to grab it like this so that I have my handle a little bit closer. I think, oh, wow, it goes back quite far. Is it one full piece? Maybe it's just one full piece. Okay. So that being like that, what we want to do now is move this whole thing back this way and over this way. Actually, no, we don't want to move it over that way. Undo that. Back that way, and we're gonna fill that in. Yeah, we want to go deeper on this side because there's that weird extra bit that's going to come in at an angle that way, so we're just going to cover that in. All right, cool. Is this too far? We're going to delete that, pull this over. So now these all match up. Okay, and I'm just gonna duplicate this piece and move this over and slide these two up. Nope, still gonna need an extra piece in there. Okay. Duplicate this one and slide this one up. And whether or not we close this in more, I haven't decided yet. But it is nice that we have these two spaces separated still. And this gives us more space this way. Coming in around here, and this is like a little quiet area. Then they opened up a space that way into the other building. Do we have a left and right stair banister anywhere? I did have two, but now I only have one. I might have deleted the other one out. Did I? Looks like I did. Oh, because I didn't actually have two. I only had the one. What is this one? This is R, so I need L. PS rail stairs. PS rail stairs. O3L. Rotate 180 for me and pull it in and down and back over and in, and there we go. That's unfortunate, but I don't know what we could do about that anyway, so that's okay. Maybe we could just pull this all in a little bit. That looks stupid. That's fine. I will live with it. There must be. I wonder if there's like a paneling we can use for this. Rail straight, rail tiny, rail short. There's like a trim, right? There's a weird trim shape. What was that trim called? What was that trim called? It was like a stair something, right? Maybe stair straight, stair meets wall, rail stair meets wall. What is rail stair meet wall? Oh, that's rail straight meet wall. It's not rail stair meet wall. Rail stair. None of these look right. Stairs trim. This thing. Like, what is this? Is this what we need for that? So it would be trim B or L. What does L or B mean? So B is the wrong direction. Is B both? So it would be the left side that we're looking for. Oh, and it would be O3. Left side. Is this built exactly for this purpose? I'm hoping. It looks like it is built for this purpose, but unfortunately, this is the wrong set to use for it. This wall is not going to work. Although it is, isn't this both wood P? So like, theoretically, this should be the right sets. So why is it not? Is there a special version of this wall for a staircase? Trim, block, half, spiral, short. Like maybe, is it built so that I can come out a bit further? Like I'm curious. I want to see where this is used elsewhere. Maybe if we can find out where this is used elsewhere, we're gonna figure this out. So it's this thing. Wood plaster. So I mean, you could just do a whole plaster wall and it would look fine. But I'm wondering if there's like a specific way that they deal with this. Okay, let's see. Okay, wood PSM stairs O3 trim L. I want to see if there's only one of these in game. Is that what it's saying? That's not good. So that means the only one that's in game is the one I'm using. Okay. Okay, stairs O2 trim L. There's two of these. So I'm gonna copy and paste this here. I want to know where O2 It's, hold on, it's stairs 02 trim. There's 2 of these in use somewhere. How did they use it? That's what I want to know. I'm gonna save again. And we're gonna go up here until we find a room that uses it. Okay. I have a feeling they're gonna use it with like a plaster wall so that it's not gonna end up in here. Where is it? Oh, hold on. Okay, no, it is used and it just smashes through the mesh. They're like, they just don't care. All right. I mean, if that's the case, that's fine. Is there any other place that this is used? I mean, there has to be at least one other place that this is used, because there were 2 instances of it. Let's see what it does here. Probably the same thing. Yeah, it just smashes straight into there. They just don't care. Okay. Sure. If they don't care, I don't care. I don't have to be that picky. It does kind of suck that that's the case, but I'll live with it. All right. So we're going over here. Like, dang, it does look stupid though. It clips in weird places. Like really, really weird places. Like, it shouldn't clip into the plaster, but it seems to be clipping into that plaster right there. Like, why? What? Why does that plaster have like a weird piece that comes out like that? SM wall 01. I want to see, oh, not 01. I want SM wall, but I want PSM wall. Is there one of these that, where did that go? No, I want wood PSM wall. Is this in clean format going to have the same problem as this one? Oh wait, they are already 02. Damn it. Oh wait, no, that is the, okay, that's the same one I just clicked on. So if I put this in its place, let's shove this one out and push this one in. Is that going to clip in the same places? It looks like the answer is yes. I don't know how those are supposed to be any different. I guess there's just like some differences in a couple of the like mesh or the material. I don't know if I want to use this, if this is going to create that much of an issue. Like, it's nice to have a tread thing, but like if it's going to create that much of a tearing issue, it's really not worth it. I could pull it off grid and pull this out, but then it's going to be like floating if I go right up to it. Yeah, but then it's going to clip there. I don't know. It doesn't look like this was built right for this, so we're just going to ignore that. So, I mean, basically, I was looking for something that would solve this issue, but if that's going to do the exact opposites, then we're just going to ignore that problem because they clearly do. So I'm okay with that. This is a trim edge, which I no longer need here. Oh, there are trim edges. We could have solved that pillar problem. Oh well, this is gonna give us a better situation because we wanted to create this wall thing anyway, where we can have that pushed out and this one part in. So I'm not too disappointed. Let's pull this in there. I don't know how much of this we're gonna need. This can be covered completely. I don't know if we can pull this over. No, so we're gonna make a second one. How far out into the room do we need this to go as well? Probably not that far, although it does need to match up with this wall. How much of a problem is that? If we pull this in, then we don't need this pillar to merge those things. That still looks okay, right? Yeah. So we could pull this in further. Give a little bit more space for the entryway, which looks good. Keep this pillar for a second because we might find another place for it. The only problem is that this meat matches up weirdly now, but I could just get rid of these completely. And those don't match up. I see. I see. I mean, I could push this out further. There's no reason not to. Just push this out a little bit further. There is something there. Ah, because we had that wall is no longer necessary. Yeah. So we can just push that out a little bit further, and that will be okay. Now we don't need these. I see why I did that though, because this was gonna create a weird issue with these being completely the wrong sizes between each other. If we do this, pull this over and in. That's not going to work. Then we need to push this out even further. But, well, what we need to do is actually push this further this way. Like that. So that we don't have this problem. And then we don't actually pull this out. We keep it in here. We're trying to make these two things the same size. Okay. So we're going to pull this there. Okay, now it's the same size. Is it? No, it's not. If we pull this way. Oh, man. Like, is that going to conflict on this side? It's not yet, but it's getting close. No, I can't. Is that right? That looks like it's actually correct. Yeah, okay. That room looks fine now, and there's not bleed. No, it's very, very close to being bleeding, but it's not. Okay, so that's good. That's the right shape and size. These aren't like two different widths, right? No, okay. I don't know if I need these anymore. We will make that decision in a minute. I'm just gonna pull these over. So what did I accomplish here? I pulled this wall in, right? Yes, so I can pull this wall in as well. Come on. Which gives us a proper hallway here, or at least a bit more of a proper hallway here. Yeah, that's better. That's a lot better, actually. It's a small change, but it makes a big difference for space. Okay. Yeah, so that's only like a small bit wider than the other room. It should probably be a little bit wider than that. How much bigger was it? I forget. It really was only about that much in terms of the depth going in and out. Oh, see, as we can see from the lower picture here, it only looks like it's like about a foot. So this extra foot is fine. The bigger deal is this space here going forward than it is this space here going back. And we could close this in a bit further. Haven't decided yet. Got a little space back here that we can make into like a mud room. This is the entryway. The stairway has about a door's length. That's good. So if we were to put a door in, it would go right about here anyway. Which I think I want to do. Let me just see what this will look like. Duplicate this. Oh my god. If we can even do this, actually. Because we only have full wall pieces. They don't give you half wall sizes, which sucks. I wish they did. Oh, but we could use a doorway piece. Yeah, let's delete this for a second. We could use one of these. Right. So we're not building our own little door thingy. Although it, again, still has that same problem where it's not going to be... We don't have a half piece to match up to like this, for example. So the door is going to have to be like oddly off. Because you can't put a piece, you can't put like a half wall in. Which sucks. It would be nice if you could. But you can't. And this is going to be not quite a full wall piece here, right? Just going to duplicate this for a second. Yeah. That bleeds way too far. Too bad. Because that's where you'd really want the door to be. Whereas this kind of forces us to have the door like there, basically, or like how like there, which isn't terrible. It's not. Yeah, I mean that would work. Well, no, it wouldn't work actually. Sorry, because this side, yeah. So either we'd have to come over like and place the door like there, which I guess isn't terrible. That's not bad. Then this is like an entryway with doors on either side. Hmm. Just trying to see where this would match up. So put that into there. That meets up with that corner piece there. And then this would be, wow, no, that's really, really far in there, isn't it? Yeah, we don't want the door that far over. So you'd have to bring it like... There's just no good way to do this. You put a door in this side, then you don't have a way in this way, which is really, you want it into the hallway, not like in the middle of nowhere. So you'd want the door then back here. I guess this would have to meet up to that corner piece, right? Yeah, because there's no like flat tiny piece. So this would meet up to that corner piece, so you'd have the door there, which is like in the hallway, which isn't the worst thing in the world. It's just not ideal. I think I want it to be more open than that. So we go back to the point where we had it before. Hopefully it allows me to go back this far. Okay. Delete these. This is more open concept-y, but it's fine. It is big. We could pull this in further to make that a little bit. Can we though? I think this actually is right at the edge, isn't it? No, it's not. We can go right to there. Now this is like a smaller entryway. I'll think about it. I mean, we could shove a pillar like that to make a smaller door. I don't know why that's floating, but oh, is it not? Oh yeah, there we go. You could do something like shoving a pillar in there and it will work. You could even shove 2 pillars in. But these are different heights, aren't they? Why is that? There's something wrong with this. These should not be... Wow, that's really weird. Why would these be different heights? The trim levels should not be different for these pieces. That's really weird. Okay, well, whatever. I did not realize they were that off. Like, why would that be the case? I guess so that you can have it look different from these, but like that's kind of dumb. Unless there's like a different wall piece that has a different height on this, but that's still, I don't know, that's stupid to me. I'm gonna delete these pillars because clearly they're not gonna work if that's the case. All right, so we have this. I'm gonna change this to the bowling. Nice. Looks way better. Is this bowling already? No, it is not. Oh, what? This doesn't have the bowling. Oh, no, it does. Here. Although, actually, none is the same. It's just the only thing that's different is that little side piece. Okay. I don't like how, like, totally destroyed that looks, but is there a better clean? I guess we could go clean. Oh yeah, it was just the rails that I can't remember now. We go clean with these. That's better, I think. I mean, the biggest problem is that that side piece looked so bad with the bowling. Oh, it was bowling gutters. That's what it was. Okay. Oh. Where's that reference box? Here we go. Okay, we're going to go not clean, just none. Actually, what does the gutters look like? That matches in a little bit better. We'll just do that. That one's already gutters. This one is now gutters. That just matches a touch better. Clean is actually, or no, bowling gutters is good. Yeah, the clean wasn't terrible, but it's not great. So we're gonna put that staircase roughly there. We could pull it forward so it matches up with this wall. If I pull this through, then that's gonna bleed in there, right? I'm just thinking like this can't come any more forward because it creates a gap there. Okay, yeah, no, never mind. The only thing would be to crush that space inwards a little bit, but I'm not going to do that. Okay. And I like that this falls on the seam of the door. It also, the seams match up. That looks nice to me. If it even was further onto this side, that would be not bad either, but I'm actually okay with it right on that seam. Let's see. Okay. This, right, we're gonna need those end caps back. I don't know if I left them somewhere or if they just got deleted at some point. It's fine. Let's duplicate these, pull them up, spin them around, and pull them this way. And that is not fully spun around. There we go. And pull them this way. And they're not high enough. Excellent. Now this staircase is going to go there. So I can pull this in here to like there, right up to that line. And also right up to there. This one's gonna go here. Okay, I need these platforms again. Floor plat something. And then we're gonna go with the PS ones, these. So I have O1 and O2. Let's grab an O3. And it went too high. Of course it would. I don't know if it's gonna make a big difference to do them like that, but that's all right. Actually, we're gonna want ones that are not wood, aren't we? Because we're gonna want carpet. Yeah. Well, no, we don't need carpet for a dining area, which is gonna be what's gonna be here about. Okay. And then don't need this. Don't need that. Also don't need this guy or that guy. And we can push this wall out, which is not the right wall anyway, but just get it out into the right place. These match up. This is going to match up eventually onto the upper floor there. Currently, these are quite far away from each other. They should be perfectly lined up, in my opinion. As long as they don't feel like they're crowding each other. But they shouldn't. Because if the slope goes up the same rate, it should be fine. So it should be one more. There we go. And that gives me more space here. All right. We're gonna figure that out in a second. Okay. So do we put a hallway in so that this is cut off completely? Or do we leave this opened up like this? Maybe we put a wall in here, like roughly here. To split these spaces up to give you a hallway on one side. That's going to be a bit tight there. That's probably where we're going to need it. We need a rail here. PSM rail. Straight. 01. That is like almost perfect. I wonder if there's like a U-shaped corner. Oh, there is a corner piece, isn't there? Corner out is the one. Where did that go? Why did it go up in the middle of nowhere? There it is. And join these up. This will be nice looking, actually, if we can get this to line up perfectly. Nice. Yeah, that's going to work well. We're going to duplicate this. Spin it that way. Put this in here. I'm just going to delete out this guy. Just want to see what that looks like. Nice, yeah. Perfect. We're going to do the same on the other side, so I'm just going to duplicate these both. And where did that stupid handle go? Spin them 180. Push them that way. Pull them out a touch. Delete this. Pull these in. Now that's got a nice continuity to it. So if we put a wall here, then that divides up these spaces a little bit into a hallway area. This doesn't need that much space, but it does want that much space for this. I could shove this further back a little bit. Like there is fine. And then we could push this in a bit to give us more floor space on this side. Is that going to matter? We're going to push this whole wall back, which gives us a huge area in here. And so we're going to actually put the kitchen probably here. And then make this the dining experience. So with that being the case, then more floor space here is better. So let's see. Let's grab all of these things. This is there a better way to do this? Because I'm gonna have to grab everything. It's fine. But if I miss something, it's gonna be a pain. Pull all of these, and the end cap, and this rail. Do I have the whole thing now? Yes. Nope. Good, I double checked. All right, let's grab this, ungrab that, and grab this so we can see where this is. And we're gonna pull this back here. Yeah, there we go, okay. Because before, it should either have lined up perfectly with this, like that, which it wasn't, which would really shrink that space down, or we should offset it enough to the point where it like doesn't matter. So we're gonna do that. In fact, this could go even further into that corner. We could go even a touch more, like that. It makes it weird that this space would have existed in the first place. But I think that's okay. So now these get pulled over 2 because I moved that whole wall 2 down total, which means I probably need to add in another piece there. Yep. Just making sure it was 2 and not 1. Yeah, it is 2. Okay. All right, and we're gonna just duplicate this guy. Cover that little tiny gap that's there now. Okay, and now this whole thing is in place. That gives us a lot more floor space to work with here. And we're gonna shove all this down a fair bit. Nice. And this is actually going to go on this side over here. So we're going to need to do something different with our floor and ceiling for these things. That's fine. So we're not going to end up using these pieces. Damn, that's going to suck. I wish we could have the wood come into there, but it's not going to work. All right. Anyways, I'm going to delete this out first because it's going to need to go back this way to there. Actually, I'm not going to delete this because this is going to probably be the type of piece we're going to use. We're going to push this back. Which shows us how much that gets indented. And yeah, that's not enough to do separate flooring, which really sucks. Because I don't want to do... Yeah. Like, I wish I could keep this wood and then have this all tile, but that's just not gonna happen. Because I don't think there's like a half piece of this. What is this called again? Floor. PSMFLR. There's no like half chunk, right? Corner, free, platform, chunk, trim, corner, edge, single, trim. These are all singles. We can't use singles. Or sorry, these are all trims. We can't use trim. Quarter. There is a quarter piece. That could work. Actually. Ooh, that could work really well. Okay. Delete that. We have the quarter pieces. I forgot we had the quarter pieces, not corner pieces. Shove that under there. So we can use 2 corner pieces or 2 quarter pieces. That's perfect. Okay. There is only a single quarter piece that they have ever made. Interesting. That's perfect, though. Thank you for creating something like that. So we're not going to use this. We're not going to use that. We will probably use that wood piece there. And then for these, I'm just going to move. Actually, what are the options for this? These are all the bricky stuff. We don't want that for this area. Where is the thing? There. I'm going to use, okay. Right into there. Like that. In fact, we might keep this wood and just do the kitchen kind of in there, but we'll see. The kitchen's definitely not going to go in the nook because the nook is going to be a pain in the butt to put any kind of like thing in there. Hello. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention when you said hi earlier. I was in the middle of intense thought. Okay, so we're gonna move this whole piece back. I am going to delete this one. We're going to do exactly that there. This is not going to be that. It will more likely be something like that. Or something like this. Let's duplicate these and pull these up. Too high. There. Put this in here. This in there. Why is this shoved in a weird pattern? I probably don't need to do that. So I can probably delete this. No, hold on. I don't need to. I do not want to delete that out because it's still got that. Now it's at least in line with one another. I don't know what was shifted. Okay, the upper floor has a similar situation. I'm gonna grab these two pieces, or is those two pieces the same thing I grabbed earlier? 1 and 4. No, I'm gonna grab 3 and 2. Duplicate, pull these up, and then shove these out to there. And I want to get pieces that fit in there perfectly. I am going to get different pieces for this at some point probably, but for now I'm just gonna make these the right size. Oh, actually I'm definitely going to. Well, I actually have one of them right here. This is a window, and that will be a window right there, right? Hold on. Too far back. There. That's gonna go there. And then we're gonna shove another one into that corner. So that it matches up with the other ones. Oh, wrong way. This way. Like that. That is going to be too much of a craziness to deal with. But we will put this maybe over here for now. This one. Ugh. Oof. Nice. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna also put this bit over here and spin that around and pull it forward. This is not going to be a piece like that, so hopefully these should line up when I get the right piece, except I might actually need a corner piece for that. I didn't need one down here because it was hidden inside the wall, but I think I might actually need to get a corner piece. Yeah, that was hidden inside that wall. That's why I had this thing, or the that floating piece that I ended up pulling out. Yeah. Okay, well, we're gonna probably have to put a corner piece on this. A corner cap. That's okay. We'll get to that when we get to it. This is right on the edge. This needs to be shifted. Well, actually, if we put a corner piece on, it's gonna push it all inwards a bit. So we don't need to do that. We're going to pull this in this way, and then there's going to be a corner piece that's going to go in here. So I'll give it the space for that. All right, and then this is going to go over here. I'm going to grab maybe, yeah, that one's going to be too crazy. We're going to pull this one over. Where am I? Where am I? Here we go. I do not like where the pivots on these things are. Can we grab, is there a way to like make this a local pivot instead of a global pivot? Something like that. Actually, it's going to need to be this and this. Are these lined up? I don't think so. We're going to shove this back. Oh, it was. Okay. It's just a really, really weird looking seam. So there's going to need to be some way to match this flooring up. Well, oh no, I'm going to keep putting flooring over this way, right? What am I thinking? Okay, so this is 1, 3, 4, 2, 4. There's more of these pieces, I think, but I don't think it makes a big difference. 1, 4, 3, 2. Just grab these two and pull these up. Pull these over. In fact, I might pull... one of the other ones over. So let's push this over here. Grab this and pull this in here. Do this. I cannot see it. Let me pivot around it. There we go. Match that up to that. Yeah. So now that's a solid chunk on both sides. Although it is, there was a ceiling piece there. We don't need to do that. Let's just use what we were doing. We'll just pull this over because there's a ceiling chunk on the other side. It doesn't really matter. And pull this over as well. Okay, and these currently line up. So this is going to be the problem. This still has to come in there. There's still going to be this seam here. There's like no way to match this up. I mean, we could match it up like that. But no, it's not going to match up perfectly. Because 45s, yeah, there's just no way to make that work. That's like as good as we can get, right? Because this is the same place, I think. Actually, I can just try duplicate this and move it up into place. And they look like they are perfectly overlapping. This wall just makes it read better. So what we're going to do is put a pillar in here. Are there any of these pillars existing in this area? Probably not. Pillar. This is well building Woolpy pillar. There we go. Yeah, that looks fine. It's not perfect, but I mean, it can't line it up perfectly, so we just do that, hides that seam, and it looks fine. So this is our dining kitchen. This might be more wood flooring rather than kitchen, but we'll see. We'll see. This is definitely going to change into a different tile set, but I just wanted to get this whole section feeling figured out. This is going to be a wall. There's going to be an end cap on these. It's going to look similar to those. I'm going to have to grab those corners at some point because we don't have them on this broken wall piece. But that's fine. So there's going to be a little bit out there. This is going to be also a little bit out here. Can I do 2 wall pieces? Let me think. So if this was here, and we duplicate this, and we pulled this way, then this would be totally sealed off. Then you'd have to walk around to go to the kitchen. We could do a doorway on here. It's not a bad idea. If we do that, then it would be like here. So that would be the door. And then this stays a hallway separated from the smells of the area, which kind of makes sense. So we can do that. Yeah, that makes sense. We'll cap this off. The kitchen stays separated. The dining room stays separated. Although we might want to pull this back a touch if this whole area is kitchen space. And it gives us 2 walls to work with, so we can have counter space and fridge and stuff like that, or fridge over here and then like counter space on both sides or whatever. We might want to put another door in here. Shift it that way maybe. No, we probably can't because there's probably not enough. We can't put a half wall in because they don't give us half walls. Yeah. And then this top floor still needs to be turned into a proper area, but this house is pretty much figured out now, which is awesome. Very cool. The whole bottom floor feels great. The middle floor feels great. It obviously needs to get its tiles changed out a bit. We need to put in the windows that are going to exist on this floor because there's a bunch of them. Basically every wall has a window, including these, but we're just going to ignore that because that's not happening. We could, no, I mean, we could try, but it would make the geo really bad. Like, what would that even look like? I'm going to just check. Excuse me. Like that would have to be a lot larger of a wall. Yeah. I'm just gonna put them on here. We're just gonna ignore the pieces that are going up that sideways. This is gonna be close enough to the look. Hopefully people won't notice that there's supposed to be windows in these because they didn't build them. So we could put like a picture frame or something and make it feel like a window maybe, but I don't know, man. Are these all? No, there are holes in the ceiling that we're gonna have to fill in, which is fine. We can figure that out too. I'm not too worried about it yet. We will maybe forget about that at some point in the future, but hopefully we do not. Save this. This is all great now. We did quite a lot. I am going to now select this whole thing. Hopefully I grabbed all the pieces that are important and nothing else. Looks like we did. And add layer to selection, so that's all on that layer now. And save that. And I'm good for the night. I'm gonna go eat dinner, and I think we accomplished quite a bit, even though it may not look like it. We rearranged completely the bottom floor here. It gave us the whole shape for this floor. We're gonna just mimic that same shape up for the top. And when we get all these walls in place, it's gonna be basically the same walls for the top floor. So we're just gonna duplicate those, pull that whole thing up, pull the whole floor up, change out the tiles so that they're carpeted for the bedroom, and just delete out this whole section completely. The stairs come out in a good place. I think that should be enough space. Well, yeah, if it's enough space on this level, it should be enough space on the top level because it's the same amount of space. So I think we're good. This is just pushed in right now for some reason on this floor, and we can even vault the ceiling slightly, maybe, because it is a vaulted ceiling on the original. As we can see here, it's peaked. So we'll see how we feel about that. Might make the bedroom feel a little bit more grand, or it might look really bad. It's depends on how we get these pieces to tile. But yeah, thanks for joining. I'll talk to you guys next time when we are going to finish this house off and maybe get started on the residence area. Because then we'll have almost all of the external pieces completed. And then it's just a matter of the weird shaped pieces. Actually, and we need to make the second floor for this. So that's an easy win we can do next time, because it's just a matter of basically adding. There's not going to be any weird walls or anything. We're just going to straight up do 4 walls, and then it's just going to be like a tile set and eventually a bunch of like little bookshelves and stuff. So that'll be super fast. We can do that next time, probably first thing. Oh, actually no, let's finish this off first and then we'll do that. Yeah, that's the plan. I don't know if I'm going to continue this on Monday. I might do something different on Monday. Depending on if I can get things prepared over the weekend, I might be doing a totally different type of stream on Monday. I will schedule it so you'll know ahead of time. But yeah, thanks for watching.